joining us this
How
afternoon.
are you doing there? We are protected by COVID.
Yeah, and it's really nice. I mean, this is the this is the good thing about it, that we can have the
Virtual
sharing. Yes.
exchange virtually, right?
Yes, yes. So we will start the event in a minute. Before we start the event, we're going to play a video. Mbak Baria, is the video ready?
Wait a moment.
Ada Dipa. Ya. Good
Oh
afternoon,
yeah.
Dipa.
We
Good
also have
afternoon,
Deepa from the
Karina.
ILO Bangkok. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, colleagues. Good to
Ya.
see you all.
Oke, untuk semua teman-teman peserta webinar pada siang hari ini, sebelum saya memutarkan video persembahan dari Jala PRT Indonesia, silakan bagi kawan-kawan yang bergabung dan ingin mendapatkan channel bahasa Indonesia, pilih tombol interpretation, atau jika teman-teman bergabung dari handphone, lihat di tombol paling bawah ada titik 3 atau more, kemudian klik dan pilih channel interpretation. Setelah diklik akan muncul pilihan channel Rusian atau Rusian channel. Di sana teman-teman perlu klik dan jangan lupa tekan tulisan dan atau DONE di pojok atas handphone teman-teman. Setelah itu nanti teman-teman akan bergabung di dalam channel Bahasa Indonesia. Ada rekan kita Mbak Gracia.
Hello, welcome for all participants. If you would like to have any translations during the event, so you can click the translation channel on your screen. For those of you who are using the phone, so you can click like the 3 dots below your phones, and then over there you will find the channels either for Russian for Bahasa Indonesia, and it is English channel for English interpretation or translation.
My friend Siti Fitria will speak in English. Thank you. Jadi saya akan langsung memutar video
Now,
persembahan dari
I'm going to play the video from Jala PRT.
Sorry, apakah video sudah bisa muncul, Mbak Nika? Boleh dikonfirmasi sebelum saya
Do you all
lanjutkan?
see the video clearly?
Muncul, Mbak.
Oke.
My beloved mother.
Ribuan kilo jalan yang kau tempuh.
1,000 miles you have been through, crossing so many challenges for me, your child. My beloved mother, you keep walking through. Even though you have no feet, even though you've got a lot of blood in your feet, just like the air, the love that you have been giving me, I can never give it return. Oh, mother. Mothers are the domestic workers, around 4 millions of them. Mothers, they work so hard. And because of the mothers, we grow up. Because of their hard work, mothers, we are the children can go to school. And the domestic workers give the big contributions to support their family. And what do the children say about the mothers?
Meskipun aku anak dari seorang
Even though I am a child of a domestic worker, but I have never been ashamed of my mom, because my mom, she can do everything. She can cook, she can clean up the house, She can speak English. She can take me to the school, and now even I have finished my university. I am so proud. We are so proud to be the children of a domestic worker. Hi everyone, my name is Aska. My dream is to be a president, and my mom is a domestic worker. I love you, my mom. Hi everyone, my name is Indarianti. I am a child of a mother who is working as a domestic worker. My mom is a hard worker. She never gave up in her life. I I always learn from her experience that she has. She is the hero for our family. Her hard work makes me so proud of her. And for all mothers who are working as domestic workers, your children, we are always proud of your hard work. Don't forget to stay safe and healthy and be happy. We always wait for you at home. Thank you. Hello, I am Zakia Alia. I'm the first child of Ibu Kuswadi, and my mom is a domestic worker, but I have never been ashamed of it because she can support me to go to school, and also my little brother. She can also speak English. She can also help me to do my homework in English. Hi, my name is Friska. My mom is a domestic worker. She is great and she is strong. She can support me to go to school, and she can also help the economy of our family. Hi, my name is Hassan. There are three of us, and my mom is working as a domestic worker. I am so proud of her because my mom always works so hard for us. And my brother, he has just finished his education, and now he is in the university in the 8th semester. And me, I'm still in his senior high school. Thank you. Hey, I am so proud of my mom, even though she is a domestic worker, but she can help the family. I'm so proud. Hi everyone, my name is Tri. My mom is a domestic worker. My mom works to support the life of our family. And she is a hard worker. I am so proud of her work. Even though she is a domestic worker, she can support me to go to school until the university education. I'm so proud of her. Even though she is a domestic worker, she is a worker. Hi, my name is Ina. My mom is a domestic worker and she supports our family. I have never been ashamed of her. To be a domestic worker is a noble work. I am Lee. I am Leah, a domestic worker, and my mom, a domestic worker who can support me to get through my education until high school. Hello, I am from Tangerang. My mom is a domestic worker. She always supports my education, and she always supports her family. And hey, my name is Nazwa. My mom is a domestic worker. I'm so proud of my mom because she is a great and a hard worker, and she always helps the economy of the family. Hey, my mom is a domestic worker. I am so proud of her. My name is Gilda. I am sixth grader. My mom works as a domestic worker. I'm so proud because my mom is the one who supports our the family, and she supports me to go to school. And my sister. Thank you, mother. My name is Irwansha. My mom is working as a domestic worker in Jakarta to support my education. I am Fitri Norma. I have never been ashamed of my mom, who is a domestic worker. Because of her, all of our needs at home can be supported. I really thank to my mother, who is working as a domestic worker, who is living so far away from me. Even though Even though she is so far away, she can support my education.
Mempunyai orang tua PRT. Saya malah bangga. Saya masih bisa sekolah walaupun
Hello, my mom is domestic worker.
anakku satu-satunya tulang punggung keluarga.
And she is the only one who supports the family. Now I am still at school and I want to go to university. Hi, my name is Naila and Naya. My mom is in Jakarta working as a domestic worker. Because of her, we can go to school. Thank you, mother. Hello, my name is Indah. I am a child of Ibu Amana. She is a domestic worker. I'm so proud of her. Thank you. Thank you for all the children.
Ribuan kilo jalan yang kau
Thousands of kilometers you have been through. Getting through a lot of challenges for me, your child. My beloved mother, you keep walking through, even though your feet are full of blood. Just like the air, the love that you are giving, I can never be able to return it, my mother.
ingin ku dekat
I
dan
really want to be close to you and cry on your laps until I fall asleep, just like when I was a child. And all of the prayers I send to you, my mother, I can never know how I can return it to you.
Ya, demikian tadi satu persembahan video dari teman-teman.
That is a video for all friends in Jala PRT.
Sepertinya ada banyak spirit di sana dan kita cukup
It shows a lot of spirit and also
seluruh
it shows our pride to all of the domestic workers in Indonesia and also in all over the world.
menyentuh sekali betapa
And it is very touching
tetangga yang bangga dengan profesi
from all of the messages coming from the children of the domestic workers.
tangan untuk
Let's give a round of applause
membuat video
for those who have already made this video in this occasion.
Jala PRT.
And thank you for the video for all friends in Jala PRT. Before I start,
Siang hari ini
in this occasion,
bawa acara
me, myself, as the host,
mengingatkan untuk para
I need to remind to all of you
bahasa Indonesia
who want to join in the channel of Bahasa Indonesia,
interpretation
you can join in the Russian channel and
lupa untuk menekan tombol
don't forget
handphone dan juga
to
untuk
don't forget
peserta
to press
yang menginginkan bahasa
the three dots on your phone. And for those of you who want to join the interpretation in English,
channel. Dan kepada seluruh peserta mohon
you can join in English channel. And for all participants, please mute your phone. Please mute your microphones.
pada seluruh peserta bahwa acara pada hari
And please, for all the participants, it will be broadcasted live
Domestic Worker Federation.
on IDWF
Sekali lagi
account.
saya akan mohon izin untuk memulai acara. Assalamualaikum
And now I am starting the event.
warahmatullahi
Peace be upon all of you.
wabarakatuh. Sejahtera dan salam sehat untuk kita semua. Selamat siang,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon, magandang hapon untuk kita semua. Saya mengucapkan selamat
I'd
Hari
like to say Happy National Domestic Workers Day on 15 February 2021. And welcome in this webinar in this afternoon, paving the way to decent work for the domestic workers in Indonesia, in which this webinar it is held by the collaboration of IDWF, International Domestic Workers Federation, Jala PRT, United Philippines, Learn Philippines, and also supported by ILO, International Labor Organizations. We'd like to thank to all the speakers, Mr. and Mrs., the representatives from the government, the representatives from the parliament, from the government of Indonesia, and also from the government from the Philippines. And for sure, the honorable, all the representatives from the trade unions who are going to present the representations in this occasion. And we'd like to thank you for all the participants of the webinar, whom we cannot mention one by one, and also for all domestic workers who join in this webinar from all around the world, from Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, and also from other countries. So to start this event, we'd like to start with the opening remark, and it will be continued by 2 sessions of dialogues. It will be moderated by our friend Nikan, and also Mas Irham, and also Mr. Irham from ILO, Indonesia. I'd like to invite the welcoming remark from Jala PRT Indonesia, who is going to be delivered by Miss Lita. Miss Lita, please, the floor is yours. Thank you for Miss Baria from IDWF. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning for everyone, all of you. Hopefully everyone is healthy, in a good condition, even though we are in the middle of a difficult situation right now. I'd like to say welcome to all friends, Senator Risa, Miss Karina from Philippines, and also my friend Novi from United, Elizabeth from IDWM, and all friends from ILO, and everyone, Miss Giwo, the leader of Kawani, and also Mr. Aditya, Mr. Suhartono, and Mrs. Nate later on. Would like to say thank you for conducting this event. And today, February 15th, it is the National Domestic Workers Day in Indonesia. On this day, 15 February, it was dedicated as the National Domestic Workers Day. Since the event, what happened to Sunarsi? She came from East Java. She worked in Surabaya, and she worked there for 6 months. What happened to Sunarsi was that she was working with the other five domestic workers at the time to the employer named Miss Ita. Mrs. Ita, she was actually the one who exploited them. What happened to Sunarsi in 2001 was that she was experiencing some abuses and also exploitation. And what happened is that she didn't receive any payment for 6 months, any ability to communicate, any proper food, because she got only instant noodle once a day. And also she was also sleeping on the upper floor. On the upper floor, the one place for hanging the clothes. And also she got beaten by the employer. And what happened was that she was hungry. She took some rice from the kitchen, and then she got beaten by the employer. She was tied at the stairs, and also she got beaten. And so sorry to say this, even like she got some feces put into her mouth. And after that, she died. And she died on 15th of February 2001. Even her parents didn't know about it. And this event, then it got, and then everyone got to know about this case by the hospital. And because since this event happened, we dedicate today, 15 February, to commemorate this day. That actually it is to remind us that we have another 4.2 million domestic workers who are vulnerable and they are prone to an exploitation and also abuses. And they are prone to the modern slavery, and most of them are women, and some of them are children. So in 2001, around 20 years ago, it's still happening. There has been like abuses and also not decent situations for the domestic workers. And another case is that and the workers, those workers, domestic workers who are supporting their family, they provide the contribution for the economy, but then they don't have the good treatment. That's why we are Jala PRT, and with the other organizations, Kowani, Women Indonesian Women Congress, IDWF, and also trade union, and the others, we kept advocating to have the protection for the domestic workers through the laws in 2004, and also through the Convention of 189 and Convention 190 that was launched in 2011, so that it could be the spirit for all of us to copy what has been implemented in Philippines, the only country in Asia which has already ratified the domestic workers law. And we know that in Asia we have Indonesia has the big number of domestic workers in Asia. So that let's keep moving, let's keep going, even though we are in this difficult situation, so that we can fight for the social justice for all domestic workers. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Mbak Lita.
Thank you for Miss Lita for the welcoming remark to start this event in this afternoon. And one more time, I'd like to say welcome for all the speakers and also the participants who have just joined in. And now,
mengefektifkan sesi dialog pada siang hari ini.
For an effective dialogue in this occasion, I'd like to invite the moderator for the first session. That is the first panel. 7 years of the struggle in developing the domestic workers bill, and also the transnational solidarity. It will be delivered by my friend Niken from IDWF. So for Niken, time is yours. Thank you, Ms. Baria, for the time. First of all, I'd like to say, can everyone hear me well? Good afternoon, everyone. For all participants and speakers from Indonesia and also from the Philippines and also from Bangkok. Thank you for the time and also your attendance in this occasion, in this event. According to as a topic that we have today, So the reflection of the domestic workers protection law and also the transnational solidarity. In this occasion, I am as the moderator, Niken, from IDWF. I'd like to lead the dialogue that we will have for about 40 to 50 minutes. Before I start and call the speakers, please let me introduce the speakers. There are 5 speakers in this occasion that we have been waiting for. And also, meanwhile, I'd like also check if all the speakers are here. So please let me mention one by one. The first one, we will have Miss Jumiyem. She is the member of Tunas Mulia Domestic Workers Union. Miss Jumiyem, are you here already? Good afternoon, Miss Jumiyem. So Miss Jumiyem is also called by Late Jum. The second speaker is Novelita Palisoc. She is the president of United Federation of Domestic Workers in the Philippines.
Is Novelita Palisoc here? Novelita sepertinya belum.
It seems like Novelita is not here yet.
Biasanya ada sedikit gangguan atau koneksi internet.
There may be some internet problems, so let's wait for her. And the next speaker is we have Miss Lita Anggraini. And of course, you all know already the one who has already delivered the welcoming remark. Good afternoon, Miss Lita. And the next one is Miss Giwa. Miss Giwa Rubianto. She is the leader of Indonesian Women Congress, who is already here. So good afternoon, Miss Giwa. And the last one is the coordinator of IDWF, Fish Ip. Good afternoon, Fish.
Hello.
Yes, it's really nice to have you here with us. Dan langsung saja.
And next,
Dengan topik 17 tahun perjalanan perjuangan RUU.
As the topic that we have today, the struggle of domestic workers law. What we are going to discuss here is that we are going to review what has been happening, the history that the domestic workers have been through so far. And starting from 15th of February 2001 and also 2004, how is the struggle that they have been through, and also the challenges that all of our friends they have already been through so far from that time until now. And also we are going to have a look at the situation right now, the challenges, and also the experiences, stories from all friends of the domestic workers who are in Indonesia and also in the Philippines. Hopefully, these exchange stories, it can inspire one to another on how so that we can see what we can improve in the future. What are the opportunities that we can take the benefit from to make our dreams come true later on, especially in terms of the laws in Indonesia. And for sure, the guests from the Philippines and also from IDWF, we would like to together listen to the stories that they have. How the domestic workers in Indonesia and Philippines, so that we can build a solidarity and to support each other in the movement for making our dreams come true in terms of the law for the domestic workers. First, we have Late Jum, and good afternoon, Late Jum.
Late Jum sebenarnya sudah siap dengan presentasinya yang berjudul.
Late Jum is ready with her presentation with the situation and the challenges that domestic workers are facing in Indonesia. So she is going to present how the situation and the challenges and how and why the law of domestic workers protection is very important, and that we have been waiting for this. Are you ready to share your screen now?
Baik, sudah siap ya? Silakan.
So are you ready? So for Lejum, please. 10 minutes for you. Peace be upon all of you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Salam sehat untuk kita semua. Mewakili
I am representing Jala PRT. I'd like to thank Jala PRT, Indonesian Women Congress, the one in Surabaya. And also I'd like to thank all the domestic workers who have already initiated to have the National Domestic Workers Day. And also I'd like to thank IDWF United and Learn for the collaboration and with the Jala PRT today. And also I'd like to thank all the speakers who always support the fight of the domestic workers in the especially on this National Domestic Workers Day on February 15, 2021. Talking about the history of this National Domestic Workers Day. So it was already mentioned by Ms. Lita. Should I say this again, or should I talk about the situation today?
Lejum bisa sedikit.
Lejum, can you please provide like a brief explanation of the history and then continue with the situation of domestic workers now? So today it reminds us of the event what happened to Sunarsi a few years ago, who was only 14-years old. She was working at her employer's house, and she was experiencing some exploitations without receiving any salary, no food provided, only she got only instant noodle, Indomie, once a day. And also she was sleeping on the floor where the clothes are usually like dried up outside on the upper floor. And her neck got tight. That's why it was the one which made her finally passed away. So hopefully there will be no more another Sunarse in the future. And also there will be no another Miss Ita, the employers, just like what Sunarse had at the time, anymore in the future. This story reminds us and also reminds to the government so that there will be no abuse happen to the domestic workers. That is why the Indonesian Women Congress, together with Jala PRT, had an initiative to have this day, February 15th, to be the National Domestic Workers Day. It was in Surabaya. It was like there was a dialogue and also the conference pairs at the time. And also there was some representations from some domestic workers. There was also, we did also like a long march over there. In Jogja, what we did was we distributed some flowers to the people, to the pedestrians over there, to the street users over there. On that day. And also, other than distributing the flowers, we also send some letters. We also had like a theater in the zero point in Yogyakarta, and also we had like some oration to support the domestic workers. If we are looking at the situations of domestic workers at the moment, after this event, what happened to Sunarsi a long time ago, around 4.2 millions of domestic workers in Indonesia, they are still experiencing a lot of violations, the violation in their rights as a worker and also as a citizen, because the majority of the domestic workers are women, and also some of them are still underage. And they don't have any day off weekly, and also they have unlimited workload, and they have long hour of work. Usually at 5 a.m. they wake up already and they start their activities, they start their work, and they will end at 8 or 9 p.m. And there is no social security. When any domestic workers got some illness, they will have to pay by themselves. In fact, their salary until now is very low. So that because of this small amount, then they will need to borrow some money from the employer or maybe from their neighbors. Also, the health protection or health security, they don't have any of them. There is no employment security. Let's say when they experience any accident on their way from their home to their workplace, or from their workplace to their home. Let's say if they experience any accidents, then they will have to pay by themselves to cover their any medical that they need because of the accident. But then this is the only like small cases. The small kid. Oh, okay. So what happened is that the domestic workers, usually they are expecting from the kindness from the employer. So the abuses that they experience is in terms of the physically and psychologically, and also sometimes sexually. And sometimes their salary get postponed for a few months. And especially in this pandemic situation, there are so many domestic workers that who lost their jobs without getting any allowance. In this case, they only rely on the social allowance given by the government. And in this case, because they have like small amount of money, what they can do is that to borrow some monies to which is increasing their debt somehow.
Kawan-kawan yang masih bekerja itu
the domestic workers who are working, they get some of them, they even like get more work because the employers are working at home, it's staying at home, so that they get more work to do. So their workload is even double or getting multiple. Other than that, some friends who are still working, some of them also they have some problems with their health because of this COVID-19. And the other challenges is that there are some of them, they are like it is difficult to reach them to join any organization because they are staying in the employer's house. And also like one employer is different from the other employer, so each of them has a different employer. Other than that, some of them they are not given any time, they don't have some time to join any organization, so that they don't have any vote for their own opinion, or they cannot speak up for their own opinion. And to join any organizations, the domestic workers, they need to get some permission from the regional leaders, and it is not easy to get the permission from the regional leaders. Other than that, they are forbidden to join any organization by the husband, children, or maybe even by the family. They forbid them to join any organization. Some of the domestic workers, when they think that they have no more problems at their work and they think everything is fine, it seems like they have no problem, even though they have a big amount of the workload.
Maaf, Jum, waktunya 3 menit lagi, bisa langsung ke poin terakhir.
Iya, nah itu tadi yang
3 more minutes left.
Ya itu tadi ternyata yang merasa
There are some of them who think that actually they have no problem at their workplace, then they don't want to join any organization. So what I'm trying to say here is that it is that it is urgent to have the domestic workers protection law for all domestic workers, so that it can regulate the 4.2 millions of domestic workers and for their right as a worker. And by this law, hopefully we can get the social security, health security, social security, and employment security. And hopefully the domestic workers also they will be given the permission to join any organization. I think that's all what I can share now, and thank you for the support. and happy National Domestic Workers Day for everyone.
Jadi kita tadi sudah mengerti
Thank you,
bagaimana
Legium, for sharing.
sejarah Hari PRT
Now we have already understood the history of National Domestic Workers Day. We can see that there are still so many other Sunarsi faces out there until now. And in the future, we don't want another or more Sunarsi faces happening around later on in the future. We want them to smile, and then we want them to smile, to have their rights to be fulfilled because of their contribution, because of their work that they have already done for the country. Thank you, Legion, for sharing. And now let's move on to the next speaker, Novelita Palisoc from the Philippines. She is already here with us now. I'd like to say hi for her.
Can you hear my voice? Novelita Palisoc,
Yeah,
are
yeah.
you here?
Yeah,
Hi, hi,
already.
hi,
Hi,
Novi.
hello.
It's really nice to have you here. So Novelita
Yeah,
Palisoc
I
is
did not get back to you to prepare my speech. Yeah.
yeah. Novelita Palisoc is the president of United, the Federation of Domestic Workers in the Philippines, and she is also the executive committee member of IDWF in Asia. Novelita Palisoc has been a domestic worker in Middle East and also in the Philippines. So she will share about the situation, the stories of the domestic workers in the Philippines. What are the challenges that the domestic workers have there in Philippines? And as we know, Philippines has already a national law that protects the domestic workers there. And how do you think the national domestic workers law, Batas Kasambahay in the Philippines, can protect your rights as domestic workers there? 10 minutes for your presentation, Novi. Time is yours.
Okay, 10 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I would like to greet our the director of the Department of Labor and Employment, Director Attorney Karen Trevilla, and then with the presence of Senator Risa Hontiveros from the Philippines, our senator, and then of course the government or the parliament of Indonesia. I'm glad that you're here already, and of course the other trade unions, the other NGOs, and then of course our very own affiliates from the Indonesia, the Jala PRT Sapulibi, and of course my colleague in United Philippines, and of course in the International Labor Organization, and of course our very own International Domestic Workers Federation. Let this the situation and challenges of domestic workers in the Philippines. Of course, number one is the low income, because our minimum wage right now is 5,000 pesos. Yeah, and then most of the domestic workers have no social benefits or social protection. Yeah, like the SSS, Social Security System, the PhilHealth, and then the pag-ibig. Then no day off, then long hours of work. Then aside from that, there are extension of work to commercial areas, like the employers deploy their domestic workers on their business like sari-sari store, like in the market. Yeah, and then most there are also domestic workers who are in vulnerable situation, like they are prone to physical, sexual, and emotional due to some of the domestic workers doesn't have the private room to occupy. And then of course most of the domestic workers also have the multiple employers, and of course, there are many displaced workers, especially this COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah. And then our challenges is that it's hard to organize gated villages. Yeah. And then, of course, employers are hesitant and not permitting them to attend orientation during the organizing work of United and Peso and Dole. And then most of the domestic workers also are unable to pursue their cases. They keep silent, even though there are batas kasambahay. The law is there, but they are not aware of their rights. So they keep their mouth zipped. Then, of course, they don't have enough time for the organization because you know that domestic workers have to work. Sometimes they work at 3 to 5 employers in a day to be able to provide their needs, especially today that their children are uh, using some gadgets in attending the school, like Zoom, like that. So they are not able to attend also the organization. And when it comes to the what are the domestic workers law to improve and protect domestic workers' right in the Philippines, of course, we would like to thank the Labor Education and Research Network, who have been helping us and our partner in building domestic workers organization, and also our trade union, the Centro, and then of course the International Domestic Workers Federation that until now they are able to help us to stand and to demand what is our rights. And of course, it's the Batas Kasambahay law is had a great impact to domestic workers, especially when it comes to organization. We recognized by the Department of Labor and Employment. When there are issues, the Department of Labor and Employment sending us emails to attend. And of course, there are TV interviews and newspapers to be able to get our side on the issues of domestic workers, about the protection of the rights of the domestic workers, and of course the increase of the salary of our minimum wage of domestic workers. And of course, the Department of Labor and Employment also had a great uh, help for us because last year, last 2019, I think, is that we are able to negotiate with one of the staff of Department of Labor and Employment to be able to include us during the consultation of the increase of minimum wage from 3,500 up to 5,000 pesos. Yeah. And of course, we have also the different social dialogue with SSS, Pag-ibig, and PhilHealth. Of course, Jala PRT and Sapulidi and other government or parliament are have an exchange program last year. And of course, the organizing work of United with some the Public Employment and Service Office in Quezon City. And then of course, we are able also to have a livelihood project last year with the help of Department of Labor and Employment, the TUPAD program, or the what we call this one, the street sweeper, working with 10 days 10 days only with the minimum wage that would help them also to provide their basic needs. And of course, we have the trending livelihood project, the urban gardening, that so-called the plantita and the plantito, which they are able to plant flowering plants, and then they able to sell it. And two of our chapters received this so-called livelihood project for the urban gardening. It is 10 days also, and they are able to had a salary. It's not big, but they are unable to provide their needs. And then also with the help of the Department of Labor and Employment, also they give the free bike and then and cell phone with load to be able to help the husband of the displaced domestic workers to deliver a food, just like called a food grab. And then of course the Department of Interior and Local Government also with partner of the PESO, or the Public Employment Service Office, also are able to to hire a contact tracer. It is not from the what do you call this one, the domestic workers by themselves, but of course the beneficiary is their sons and daughters. And it would help them a lot also because many of the graduates of college graduate of the domestic workers leaders are unable to get a work because of this COVID-19 pandemic. Then, of course, one of our chapters also in Muntinlupa are able to negotiate with PESO also to have those sewers, to hire sewers also. And then this livelihood project is we are able to negotiate with the local government units, the city level, like the Quezon City, Muntinlupa, and of course Parañaque, because we are accredited already. So we are recognized by the government. Then of course, with this Kasambahay law, we are celebrating also the Kasambahay Day during January 18. Yeah, and then the Department of Labor is always inviting us to join with this Kasambahay Day. And of course, I think this March 8th probably would be able to celebrate the Women's Day with the help of the Public Employment and Service Office. And then of course, with this domestic workers law also, we are able to win of one of the bill, the expanded maternity leave law, whose beneficiary also is the domestic workers, the formal, informal, and other working women. Yeah, and then of course, yeah, we are recognized by the Department of Labor and Employment, as I said a while ago, and other stakeholders like the International Labor Organization, and of course from Senate and Congress. And of course, most of the domestic workers now are aware of their rights, and then they are able to negotiate with their employers before going to their employers. They should negotiate what would be their work and what would be their if the employers would provide them the social benefits, of course the SSS, Pag-ibig, PhilHealth, these three are very 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 important. And of course these sometimes the domestic workers, but most domestic workers are asking if there is a Wi-Fi. Yeah, yeah, of course. And then this Kasambahay law also are able to help us to assist domestic workers with their cases, and then rescue domestic workers with the help, of course, of the Department of Labor and Employment for the assistance of their case, and of course the Philippine National Police when we rescued domestic workers who are fired by their employers, and we get their things, And of course, we will the help also of the Department of Social Welfare and Development if they are what we call this one. They are below the if there are what we call this one is 16 years old down to 15, and then of course the barangay with the help
Yeah.
also of the barangay.
Novelita,
Yeah.
will you wrap up
And
your
that is all.
speech in 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm finished. I'm done already.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so
Yeah,
much,
yeah,
Novi.
yeah.
That's a very um, inspiring stories and
Yeah.
experience that you share with us. Jadi memang ya teman-teman di Filipina karena memang Filipina sudah
Yes, everyone. So in the
memiliki
Philippines, because
karena
they have
sorry
already got,
saya akan meng-off interpretation channel dulu. Oke, baik. Karena di Filipina sudah memiliki
because
undang-undang nasional yang
they have
mengatur tentang
already
pekerja
got
migran
a national law for the domestic
menjadi
workers.
manfaat yang
It was
benar-benar
great that
dirasakan
the benefits are great that the domestic workers they can get from that. The first one is the minimum wage, the protection for the minimum wage, and it will be reviewed periodically.
karena menurut
And in
undang-undang
this
nasional
case,
SPRT itu juga diakui sebagai salah satu perwakilan pekerja
in this case, there will united. It is
menegakkan
considered as the representation of the domestic workers to discuss with,
berhasil melobi kenaikan
and United has also successfully negotiated for the minimum wage, and it is great. I'm wondering when we can have this kind of thing, this minimum wage in Indonesia. Hopefully, it can be realized in Indonesia. It can happen in Indonesia as well. And also the domestic workers there, they have already got the social security, which is called SSS. And also there, the domestic workers, they can get the maternity leaves. Or Indonesia, it is called the leaves for maternity. And the other one that is also this is also important is the domestic workers law over there. They recognize the organization for the domestic workers in tripartite and also in any discussion that they have, so that they can speak up for their aspirations and also their opinion. Thank you for sharing, Elizabeth. And the next speaker is that who we have been waiting for, Miss Lita from Jala PRT, who is going to explain to us how is the struggle that all our friends, domestic workers in Indonesia, they have been through to fight for the domestic workers law. What are the challenges that they have already successfully been through? And also what are the challenges that is still the obstacles that they still have right now, and also the opportunities that we have in the future. So now please for Miss Lita, you can present your presentation.
Baria, langsung aja ke slide ketiga awal penyusunan.
Miss Baria, please let's go to the slide for the beginning of the domestic workers law. I'm so sorry that I cannot show the video because there's some technical problems. Thank you for Niken and thank you for everyone. It was mentioned before from our friend from Jumiyem and also from Elizabeth, talking about the protection of domestic workers, the law of the domestic workers. If we talk about the struggle of this domestic workers protection bill, we have already gone through this by doing some researches, and also we have already drafted for this bill, and we have already proposed since 2004 to the government representatives. It means it was 17 years ago. And in Indonesia, the period of the discussion on a law or a bill, it depends on the period of the government, which is like 5 years.
Proses program
And also
legislasi.
it depends on the program, the national legislation program or prolegnas, which is in every 5 years. And in 2009, the domestic work So it was in 2009, it was not the priority. And a law or a bill, it can be discussed if it becomes one of the priorities of the year. In the first period, in the first year of the period at the time, it didn't become one of the priority. And in 2009 to 2014, the Domestic Workers Protection Bill, by the use of like so many action and also campaigns, and what we did, we did it like for many times until we locked the door of the representatives government representatives office, and also we were sitting there until 11 p.m. We didn't want to go, we didn't want to leave the office. And after that, it became the priority of the discussion in 2010 until 2014. And in 2010, this bill, it became the discussion of the Commission 9, and the representatives, they did the study tour to South Africa and Argentina to have the discussion, to have the study tour there. And it was proposed to the legislation board in the government, for the government representatives in 2013 and 2014. But then in 2014, when it started to the new period or the next period, the draft of this bill, it stopped when it was supposed to be harmonized. And the rejection, it was quite strong. And we knew at the time that the majority of the people and also the government, they are the people who are giving the works, or so-called, there was like some conflict of interest in changing the relationship of employment relationship, so that the one that is to be balanced and also like to be fair. There were some rejections from some parties in terms of the salary and also the day off and also the working time, the right to join any organization, and also about the 13th month of payment or salary, and also about the deletion of underage work. And in 2004, in the period right now, in the government period now, this bill, it has become the priority in the legislation board. And after there has been a discussion that has been happening like from time to time, and it is also supported by the Kowani, Indonesian Women Congress, and also the trade union, also from some civil organizations. And finally, and one of our friends who has already become one of the representatives in the government, the person is willingly to take this the bill to be the discussion materials, so that it can be one of the priorities. And into this 2020, in July, it was decided to be like the initiative of the board of the representatives, so that it could be, so it can be called as an initiative. This bill can be called as an initiative to be discussed with the government, and to be this initiative, even though it is already in the legislation board, with the comparison of 7-2 comparison of the vote. However, in the plenary of the representatives board, they have already agreed to take it as the priority. But then later on,
now we have to fight again for this to be the priority in the Prolegnas national legislation program. However, until now, what's happening is that the representatives board, they haven't made the priorities of the in 2021 in the plenary. So until now, there is no agreement yet on the result of this legislation. So now this is the situation that is happening. So we have done a lot of discussions, and also we have already collected a lot of aspirations, including getting some support from the Kowani, Indonesian Women Congress, so that this bill can be discussed and reviewed. Because the support from the women movement, it is very important. And it will impact on how the representatives, the government representatives are willing to discuss this. And the ideas that we have already put in this bill is that how we can bridge the interests of the domestic workers and the employers. And the second one is that how we can eliminate the discriminations toward the domestic workers, so that they can be recognized as citizens and they are part of the workers who have the same rights as the other workers in the position. And other than that, the welfare has been stressed on this case to the government, because the Indonesia is one of the countries who has already adopted the sustainable development goals, and we can see that in the SDGs, one of them is to provide decent work, and there is no exception to the domestic workers to get any protection, and also recognition, and also representation for their welfare. And this is what we have been emphasizing. Other than that, we have emphasized on the importance of on the laws or the regulations between the domestic workers and employers. And it's also important to get any education and also training that is conducted by the government or provided by the government by using the national budget and also the regional budget. And other than that, the limitation of the age to work as domestic workers. And also to solve any conflicts or to solve any conflicts that has been debatable in this case. Or about trade union, there are so many parties. They are still worried about the involvement of domestic workers in any trade union, and also to avoid any human trafficking and also scams or fraud that is happening to them, and also any penalties for any violations. And this all we have already proposed. And still there has been like some debates on this. There have been some agreements and disagreements on this. We have learned from what is happening to the Philippines. So as what we have already learned from the Philippines, the domestic workers there, they've got the social security, and it is for free, provided by the government, and also the security provided by the employers. And also, as Novi has mentioned, that the domestic workers, they've got the maternity leaves or maternity protection, especially the allowance. when they've got the maternity, then they get some support from the government as well. So what we learned from there is also domestic workers as workers, there are 15 benefits that they get as a worker or as a labor. So those are the things that we need to adopt from it.
Senator Risa bisa menyampaikan
And
hal tersebut.
hopefully the representative from Dolly and also Senator Risa can share to us about how the situation there.
Bisa menyampaikan hal-hal lain terkait dengan perlindungan pekerja rumah tangga dan situasi
In
kerja
terms
lain.
of the situation of the domestic workers there. Thank you.
Terima kasih Mbak Lita atas sharingnya. Kita sudah tahu bagaimana
Thank
perjalanan
you, Miss Lita, for sharing. Now we know the struggle, how the domestic workers have been fighting for the law, for the domestic workers protection, and hopefully we do not miss any opportunities that we have right now, and we don't want to wait any longer because we have been fighting for 17 years. So it is something interesting to get to know what are the debatable issues that actually they have right now in the representative's office over there.
update bagaimana mungkin kelanjutan dan juga peluang yang ada di DPR bagaimana.
And now we will also get to know the opportunities that we have at the moment. And once more, I'd like to say thanks for Miss Lita. And the next speaker is. This is from Indonesian Women Congress, who is already with us right at the moment, Miss Giwa, as the leader of Indonesian Women Congress. Good afternoon, Miss Giwa. Miss Giwa, could you please share or explain to us how Indonesian Congress women have already supported us, these domestic workers, from the point of view of the Indonesian Women Congress? I know you have been supporting us. You have been supporting Jala PRT in this case, and could you please share to us more about it?
Baiklah, Assalamualaikum.
All right. Peace be upon all of you.
Bagi kita semua, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam Ibu Bangsa. Saya mohon di share screen ya.
Please
Baiklah.
share the screen and now I can start.
Especially Jaringan Nasional Advokasi Pekerja Rumah Tangga Jala PRT, Ibu Lita berserta dengan jajarannya, International Domestic Worker Federation IDWF, and President of United Domestic Workers of the Philippines, siapa tadi? Novelita ya, and Lorne and Claire Hobden from ILO Geneva. Thank you for this opportunity. Kindly allow me to deliver my presentation in Indonesian, while the slides will remain in English. Ya. Pertama-tama,
okay, first of all, I'd like to say Happy National Domestic Workers Day, and thank you for the committee who has already invited Indonesian Women Congress to talk about building the bridge between the women movement and domestic workers in Indonesia.
KOWANI
or Indonesian Congress, Indonesian Women Congress in Indonesia. It is the biggest and also the eldest organization in Indonesia, which is covering 87 millions of the women as the members. And if we count the number of the members, So the number of the members 87 millions. And Kowani is a member of International Council of Women that was established in 1888. And also
dan bekerja sama dalam
we are also in collaboration with
dan juga dalam gerakan perjuangan perempuan di provinsi dan di kabupaten kota
we are
melalui
also supporting some events in the regional in the regions and also provinces. And also we are the member of the United Nations as consultative status with ECOSOC since 1998. And in 87 million of women who are members in Kowani, who they are, some of them they are as employers and some of them are as workers. The vision of Kowani is to build the unity of and cooperation of all women who has the strong belief in God, independent, with high dignity, equality, and justice, so that we have equal moral and social strength with gender justice and democracy. We also see the vision of the Kowani is, the mission of the Kowani is, it is to fight for the gender equality in terms of in family and also in social life, nationally and internationally, which means we are fighting for the rights for all women in Indonesia, including over there domestic workers who are the women of Indonesia, whom as mentioned before by Miss Lita, Miss Jum, and also from United, who are vulnerable from any abuses.
Kalau kita melihat tadi,
and if we have a look at the number, 4.2 million of the domestic workers, and 84% of them they are women, and 14% of them they are underage, below 18. In this case, our president, they have the program, the government program to reduce the number of underage work. And also in line with the Kowani's mission and also vision, that women, that the majority of the domestic workers are women. And also, some employers, they are also a part of the Kowani as well. That's why we have to focus, for Kowani, we have to focus, and also we have to concern about the advocacy, the supervision, and also in terms of the commitment, in terms of this, the law of domestic workers protection. Here we have already seen a lot of discriminations that happen to the domestic workers, physically, mentally, economically, sexually,
diskriminasi, pelecehan,
and any other discriminations, harassment, slavery in this modern life, and also human trafficking.
Next slide. Nah, kemudian juga kita melihat,
and other than that, we can see that according to the purpose of the law of domestic workers protection, so we have been working so hard to fight for this law to make it come true, so that there will be recognition and also the justice, protection, and also the welfare that has been already mandated by the Pancasila, that the justice for all Indonesian people. And also according to SDGs, in which no one left behind, where we need to improve the quality of life in terms of education, health, welfare of the domestic workers, and how just like the other workers with their rights and the balanced rights and also their mandatory, so that there will be recognition and also protection in terms of law. And how we can bridge the women movement and domestic workers in Indonesia. The women movement, with each movement, which is like keeps moving in the future, we keep fighting for their people in whatever the status that they have, including the domestic workers who have a big contribution in support the country. If we don't have any domestic workers, we don't have any idea what happened to us, because they are the ones who can do the work, most of the works that we must do, and they have been helping us. And domestic workers, they're also human, and they are also the creation of God, who has the same rights and physically as their dignity. That's why we Kowani think that we must fight to protect their domestic workers in terms of advocacy for any stakeholders, government, and also to advocate them to get to know what is actually inside the law of the domestic workers protection. So what is there for the domestic workers and to the employers? Kowani also, we have been providing the education and also information through the organizations and also their members, so that they can spread out the information to their families, to their environment, to their people, so that they can change their mindset about the domestic workers. And also it is that they are also part of the Indonesian citizens that has to be guaranteed, or that they have to be provided with the security, so that their rights as a human that has been mandated as in Pancasila and also in the 1945 state constitution, so it can be fulfilled. And also we have to also, so that the domestic workers, they can have the decent work. And also it is to provide information to the public, to the people, and to the organization members, that the bill of domestic workers protection, so that there will be the balance relationship between the employers and also domestic workers. We have been also collaborating with the domestic workers organizations such as Jala PRT and some other organizations. We have been also monitoring the development of the legislation for the enactment of this bill. And also we have been socializing for all the organization members. We have been socializing to the people that at this time it doesn't
di dalam masa pandemi seperti ini. Juga tidak melakukan pemotongan gaji.
So that later on there will be no deduction of the salary, so that they will provide the more facility for their health, to provide vitamin, proper food, enough rest, and to take them to the for any medical treatment if they are experiencing any illness, and to provide any health security and also the employment security, and to treat them equally with no discrimination. And also later on, we are going to launch we are going to launch the social security for the
kecil, hanya berapa puluh
we are going to launch the social security, which doesn't really cost that much to support the domestic workers. As I have already mentioned before about the way how we can bridge the women movement and domestic workers in Indonesia, what we mean this movement is that Gerakan Ibu Bangsa. Gerakan Ibu Bangsa, or the mother of the nation, this is in which Kowani has been implementing the mandate that it has been given to continue the fight for the women's dignity. As we have already seen from the video before, it was really good that they have the same right as we have. And this is some pictures, the struggles that they have been, some efforts that we have done so far since 2015 until now, together with some the organization members of Kowani, as this advocacy as an effort for the advocacy of the bill. This is also another socialization programs with other organizations for the supervision programs, so that the bill it can be enacted. And now the conclusion is, if we are together, we are united, and we have a commitment, we Kowani, we are always consistent, so that our dream later on will come true. Kowani is a big organization, and also the eldest organization, and we are always committed. We keep advocating for the enactment of this bill, and we keep collaborating and also cooperating with all stakeholders, so that this bill can be enacted. And there are also some international discussions that we have done so far, and comparative studies also we have done. Thank you. Hopefully all can be understood, and thank you for everyone. Peace be upon all of you.
Salam kebajikan, salam Ibu Bangsa, semangat. Terima kasih.
Keep spirit up.
Semangat. Terima kasih Ibu Giwo Rubianto.
Thank you, Miss Giwo, for the explanation. Such a great explanation. I'm sure it is very inspiring for all of us. I don't really have to talk much about it, but everything has been explained by Miss Giwo. That there has been like a lot of efforts, and also a lot of actions have been taken by Kowani, who is also working together with all domestic workers in Indonesia. It was also interesting how Kowani has already bridged between the employers, because some of the members of the Kowani also they are their employers, so that they can contribute to the change and also a positive change, positive campaigns for the justice for the domestic workers in Indonesia. Once more, thank you for the explanation. I'd like to say hi to another two speakers who have been present now. Miss Melanie Suhardi. She is a member of representatives from Democrat Party. She is here with us now. Good afternoon. And also Miss Dewi. She is a member of representatives from the Golkar Party. Even though both of them are not in the list of the speakers. So I would like to invite both of you to share some ideas and stories to all of us on how the position and also the support of from the Democrat Party and also Golkar Party in terms of the domestic workers, the protection of domestic workers bill that is being discussed now by the representatives board.
Pesan dan kesannya, Ibu? Apakah saya boleh mulai dari Ibu Melani dulu?
Can I start with Miss Melanie? Is she here?
Iya, silakan Ibu Melani.
Yes, please, Miss Melanie.
Ibu.
Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Peace be upon all of you.
Saya sangat senang ada
I'm so
webinar
happy
mengenai
that there is the webinar on the domestic workers because I think,
tentunya yang tadi seperti Bu Giwa
as mentioned by Miss Giwa before, that we as women, we have to support the women. And also from the slide, it was mentioned that 84% of the domestic workers are women. And surely we need to fight for this. Even though in my commission, in the representatives board, I am in the 6th commission. So the one which is related to women, it is in commission 8. But then I am as a part of the Democrat Party, so I can also share some messages. And also support that we have been supporting this bill. What I see from the media is that since 2014, there has been the support that is already written in the Democrat Party that we are supporting this bill since 2014. And also, I am going to invite all my friends from the Democrat Party in the Commission 8 to fight for this bill so that it can be successfully enacted later on. Also, I think I feel like I have like a mandatory in my region in Jakarta. When every time I have in some situation, I am also wondering, and I want to know about what is going on about the domestic workers in the region, in Jakarta, and also in another country internationally. There are some in this case, I can have like some ideas and also some information about this domestic workers so that I can share this to my friends. And as we know that without the domestic workers, we cannot do anything because they help us a lot. So that's why we need also think about their welfare.
Terima kasih Ibu atas
thank you, Miss, for the support that you have given to us. And now from the Democrat Party, and the next is the short message from
Partai Golkar.
Golkar Party.
Bagaimana kira-kira respon dan dukungan Partai Golkar
So how is the Golkar Party support in the parliament?
Apakah Ibu Dewi Asmara ada di sini?
Is Miss Dewi here?
Sepertinya Ibu Dewi Asmara
It seems like Ibu Dewi Asmara
sedang tidak terkoneksi.
is not connected to us right at the moment.
Jadi untuk menyingkat waktu, langsung saja.
Ya, unsur paling gampang sih tinggal pegang di
So
bisa Bu, apakah data bisa Bu? Ya boleh kawan ini boleh.
Niken, buka mic-mu Niken.
Sorry. Sekali lagi, apakah Ibu Dewi Asmara ada
one
di
more
sini?
time, is Miss Dewi Asmara here?
Oke, baik kalau Ibu Dewi
All right.
Sarah tidak ada di sini, kita
If she is
langsung
not
saja
here, so
ke
let's continue to the next
terakhir
speaker. The
di
last
sesi
speaker
ini.
of this,
Ya, tentu saja
the
the last
first
but not
plenary
least,
session, the last but not
akan
least,
mendengar presentasi
would like
dari
to
rekan
listen
saya,
to the presentation from my
Sister
friend,
Fish Ip,
Sister Bishop,
selaku koordinator regional
as the regional coordinator of IDWF,
yang akan menyampaikan
who is
mengenai
going to talk about
recognizing
recognizing domestic workers' socio-economic
and
contribution.
rights protection. Fish, maybe you can explain what is actually the contributions that domestic workers in Indonesia or in Asia has been given to us, to the society and to the country, and why it is very important to make an inclusive policy for that can protect the rights of domestic workers. Fish, time is yours. 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Niken. Thank you, everybody who is joining this very important meeting webinar in the Indonesia Domestic Workers Day. Actually, protecting domestic workers is a global trend now because the ILO Convention, the International Labour Convention on Decent Work on Domestic Workers, is adopted for 10 years. So this year is the 10th year anniversary. Although in Asia, we only have one country, the Philippines, who have ratified the C189, and it has, as you have heard from Novelita Palisoc, the chairperson of the United Domestic Workers Federation in the Philippines. We have heard a lot of contribution by the law in the protection of domestic workers for their rights and social security and benefit. And all we are talking about here is about the welfare and protection of the basic human rights and basic workers' rights. And if we come to the SDG, the Sustainability Development Goals, there are several goals that if we can protect domestic workers, we can achieve several sustainability development goals. So here, in the beginning, when you hear in the opening video produced by the Jala PRT, we have heard the children of the domestic workers who talk about how their mothers work as a domestic worker, contribute the children's, the family's well-being. It's an income generation. It's is to reduce the reduction of poverty of the strategy of these women by doing domestic work. So if we are talking about domestic workers protection, enabling them not to have wage theft, enabling them to have minimum wage, it means we can reduce the poverty, we can end poverty for the mothers who are domestic workers, for the daughters who are domestic workers, and the families of the domestic workers. And for that, we reduce hunger and poverty and ensure healthy lives for these people. And since domestic workers are women in majority, we can reduce the gender inequality in the society, which is listed as the goal number 5 in the SDG. And we need to promote decent work for all, which is in the SDG number 8, ensure that we have more employment, full employment, and they have labor rights. And we have to, in the SDG number 10, we have to reduce inequality, which is to ensure the bottom 40% of the population to have wage increase, income increase, and to ensure wage policies so that they can have proper wage levels to live their life, to sustain the family's income. Talking about Asia, actually, we don't have a lot of Asian countries who include domestic workers, who recognize domestic workers as workers in the labor laws and policies. So I think before 10 years ago, when the ILO's Convention 189 was adopted, it's only Hong Kong and Macau who recognize domestic workers as workers. And then in Philippines in 2011 and 12, it has ratified the C189 and adopted the Kasambahay law, the domestic workers law in the Philippines. But in recent 5 years, there's a lot of changes. In Bangladesh, in 2015, it has adopted a domestic workers welfare and protection policy, which recognizes domestic workers as workers, which recognize their rights to enough rest, sleep, and holidays, and to ensure the minimum age of domestic workers, eliminate child labor in domestic work, and to compensate for the accidents and maternity leave for the domestic workers. And it has set up a government helpline for domestic workers. Although this is only a policy, non-legal binding, but it is already a step towards the legal recognition of domestic workers in Bangladesh. And in Bangladesh, we are talking about one of the poorest countries in Asia. And in Cambodia, it has also adopted a domestic workers law policy, not yet a law, but a policy 2 years ago. And it is stated there in the policy that employers and domestic workers have to have a contract. And in Cambodia, there are 2 systems of social security, and domestic workers, including other informal workers, are eligible for one of the social security policy, which allow them to have a white card for hospitals. And in India, although the employment labor code is not recognizing the domestic workers, but it has an act which recognizes domestic workers. It's the Sexual Harassment at Workplace Act, which recognizes domestic workers as workers, and all those sexual harassment and abuse suffered by the domestic workers can file a complaint. And the act is enabling, there is a stating that the local government committee has to provide training and education on the local level to monitor and implement the Workplace Act, and to provide data as well. So these are the trends to have policies on domestic workers, not yet legal binding, but there are Asian countries who have recognized domestic workers as workers in the past 5 years. We have Vietnam in 2019 recognized domestic workers in the new labor law. We have Nepal in 2016 domestic workers in the labor law, and domestic workers is also included in the social security in Nepal. So it's only a matter of implementation. So our affiliate in Nepal is working on the implementation of the labor law recognizing domestic workers in Nepal, and also to negotiate on the social security contribution system. Hopefully it will be adopted this year, adopted by the Ministry of Finance. And in Malaysia, last year, it has changed its employment law from the term of employment servants into employment employees in the law. Although more details on recognizing domestic workers' actual rights have to be further discussed and adopted, but it has already moved a very crucial and historical step. So all these, and I forgot also in Thailand, your neighbor country as well, who has also adopted the Domestic Workers Administration, which is also a policy to recognize domestic workers' rights, and its domestic workers should have a contract. And in Thailand, they also have social security as well, the domestic workers. So although the region of Asia has been slow in recognizing domestic workers' rights and protection, but in the past 5 to 10 years, it has moved a lot. So the countries I've mentioned has either adopted the policy bit by bit moving towards more legal protection of domestic workers. There are also countries who have formally adopted in the labor code employment ordinance to recognize domestic workers. So with all the hope and best wishes and all the work in the guests and also participants here, when we have the congressman, where we have listened to Giwa Rubianto from the Indonesian Women Congress and also the Democratic Party. And we hope we will also hear from the Golkar Party on how they can move together with our domestic workers in Indonesia, with Jala PRT, with the domestic workers unions towards the adoption of the domestic workers law in Indonesia. And this will be also very crucial to domestic workers who are deployed in overseas countries when there are many Indonesian migrant domestic workers in destination countries. So we hope that like in the Philippines, they have the domestic workers.
Sorry, Fish, will you conclude your speech in 2 minutes?
It's
Okay.
my last sentence actually. So we hope Indonesia can use the same example like the Philippines. It has domestic workers law in the Philippines in the national level. It also have a lot of protection on the migrant Filipino domestic workers deployed in the overseas countries. So we hope Indonesia will also adopt the domestic workers law, as this is already the trend in Asia, and this is also listed in a lot of the SDG goals. Thank you very much. We wish you enjoy the rest of the meetings.
Ya, terima kasih banyak Fish atas
Thank you, Fish, for the presentation. I'm so sorry. There is a noisy background behind because there is a heavy rain. Hopefully, you can still hear me clearly. Fish has already described. There are some examples of the countries which has already recognized the domestic workers in their countries. I'm sure that you cannot hear me well. I'm not going to conclude anything. So by this, I'm going to end the first session of this meeting, and I'd like to give it back to the MC or to the host.
Melanie is here. Shall we invite her?
Oke, terima kasih Niken, dan itu tadi.
Thank you, Niken. It was the first dialogue session led by Niken from IDWF Hong Kong, and now we are still waiting for the second dialogue session. But then, because the first session, it was quite exhausting, so that we can take a break for 5 minutes. And please, for all the participants to not leave the meeting, please stay here. We are going to get back for the second dialogue session under the theme Moving Toward the Enactment of Domestic Workers Protection Bill and C-189 ratification, that will be led by Mr. Irham from ILO Jakarta. Brother Irham, after 5 minutes, I'm going to give the floor to you. While we are having the break, taking the break, you can please fill out the form that we have already shared in the chat box. Thank you. So let's take a break for 5 minutes. Enjoy your coffee, enjoy your tea for the next dialogue session.
Please, is the video, there is any sound for the video? Because I cannot hear any voice. Hi, Niken. Niken, is it video from your side? But there is no sound. Can you connect to the sound? Okay.
Where beneath the sun, yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
Delia Ignacio. Today, we will be discussing cleaning tips and precautions in the context of COVID-19.
พบสุขกาศีลค่ะ วันนี้พวกเราจะมาคุยเกี่ยวกับเคล็ดลับในการทำความสะอาด และข้อควรระวังในเรื่อง
病徵嘅話咧，要戴口罩。第四就係未洗手之前咧，千祈唔好掂下病口部。
Far away from home but not forgotten, a virtual Hari Raya celebration is bringing cheer to some domestic workers here.
Hello.
Happy International Domestic Workers Day. Stop racism and discrimination.
Happy International Domestic Workers Day! Domestic work is work!
As we go marching, marching, we bring the greater days. The rising of the women means the rising of the race. No more the drudge and idler tend that toil where one reposes, but a sharing of life's glories, bread and roses, bread and roses.
Langsung ke Mas Irham ya.
Hai Niken, terima kasih untuk sharing videonya dan ini sudah tepat 5 menit untuk time.
Thank you for sharing the video and it's been 5 minutes already. Now, I'd like to invite Brother Irham from ILO Jakarta to lead the panel session, the second panel session. Moving toward the enactment of Domestic Workers Protection Bill and C-189 ratification, best practices from the Philippines and urgency for Indonesia. Brother Irham, please. Time is and floor is yours.
kasih MC Mbak Baria.
Thank you for the host.
Sudah mengantarkan acara sepanjang hari ini dengan baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Peace be upon all of you.
Selamat sore.
Good afternoon for everyone.
Siang, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Senang sekali bisa
It's such a pleasure for me to lead the panel and also to be a part of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, in the first session, we have listened to various stories, a number of stories from the domestic workers, the former domestic workers. And in the second session,
mohon maaf apakah suara saya jelas?
can anyone hear my voice clearly?
Internet saya agak kuning-kuning ini. Mohon maaf apabila kurang jelas.
I'm so sorry, it may be unclear a little bit. If it is unclear, I'll try to turn off my video. So ladies and gentlemen, in the first session, we have listened to what happened to the domestic workers and also what are the benefits that our friends in the Philippines that they have already got after they have already got the law of the domestic workers. And in the second session, we are going to focus on the two things. The first one, we are going to share the experiences from two countries, Philippines and Indonesia, on the efforts to provide the protection for the domestic workers. And also, and the next part, we are going to listen to the description and also explanation from ILO. What are the relevancy and also the urgency for Indonesia to ratify the Convention 189?
Halo, apakah suara saya bisa didengar dengan jelas?
Is my voice clear?
Ya. Bapak Ibu,
So ladies and gentlemen, in the middle of us,
panelis yang pertama
there are already some panelists. The first one, I'm going to mention one by one. The first one is Mr. Billy. Is Mr. Billy here already? Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Billy, for attending this event. And the second one is who has been present since the beginning of the event from the Dolly. Hello, Miss Karin.
Oke. Nanti yang ketiga.
And the third one, we will have Miss Neti. She is from Maju Perempuan Indonesia. And next, we'll have Mr. Ismail from the General Directorate from the Ministry of Labor, Indonesia. And the last one, we will have explanation from Ms. Claire Hobden from ILO Geneva.
Oke. Hey Claire. Tadi saya sudah melihat ada di sini.
I have seen her before. So for more efficient and effective time, so the first chance, I'm going to call Mr. Willie from National Democratic Party. And last year, he was the leader of Panja, Panitia Kerja of Legislation, for the discussion of the bill of domestic workers protection. And it has already a lot of improvement comparing to what happened in the previous period. So now I'm going to call Mr. Willie. Please tell us how is the process that has been going on in the representatives board, so that you can provide some advice what we can do together as an effort to fight for the enactment of the bill.
Waktu dan tempat saya persilahkan 10 menit Pak Willy. Terima kasih.
So the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Harm. Peace be upon all of you.
Good afternoon for all friends here. First of all, before we start, let's pray for Miss Lita, because when I called her, she was hospitalized. And it is the fight where we are fighting for domestic workers, and at the same time, we are also struggling in this situation. So hopefully everyone is in a health condition. So as what has been introduced by Mr. Irham before, that the process to enact the bill of domestic workers protection, it has been a great struggle. It has been stopped during 3 periods, in the commission 9 and in the last period. At the time, I was the leader of the legislation board, and after meeting Miss Lita and also Mr. Ari, what happened at the time, after having some chit chat, we had the draft of the bill as an initiative, and thankfully it was successfully proposed to be as the initiative in the representatives board. And it was like it is a kind of like the political dynamics. It's such a great dynamics, because even though it is already done in the legislation board, there are some big parties who are not supporting this bill to be enacted. What are some worries in this case is that the first one is industrial relation, in which Indonesia is not considered as an industrialized country, and they still think that the draft of this bill, it is the same thing as the one what they had before in the first place. In fact, so in the discussion of this draft, we are in the legislation board, especially me. When I was the leader, so I have already involved some experts in this case. We have already had a lot of discussion, which has already concluded, or which had already had some 2 clusters, and we are not doing this just for granted. So we are not taking this. We are not only taking about it in industrial purposes only. The thing that we are considering here is that the first one is about the distribution. So it's not through the agent, because the vulnerability of the possibility of the human trafficking. So let's stop it. So that's the point that we have been emphasizing. So we have emphasized that the distribution agent of the domestic workers, they have some legalization, or they are covered under the law. And other than that, there are 2 clusters that are provided, which come from like the socio-cultural matter in Indonesia. And the first one is the one that is recruited by the distribution agent, and also about what's going on in the distribution agent, which has the working time, the overtime work, and some others. And the other one is the relation of the one that is recruited in directly. The first one is indirectly through the distribution, and the second one is directly. And when it is directly recruited, so it is based on the human agreement. So in the bill, it is about to how humanize the agreement between the employers and also the domestic workers. It is not only talking about the domestic. It is not talking only about the rights for the domestic workers, but also about the rights and also mandatories of the employers. And the dynamics, the great dynamics that is going on is, until now, there has been seven plenaries on this, but then until now there is no more plenary anymore as initiative of the representatives, government and representatives. And even until now, the prolegnas, the national legalization program, they haven't discussed about it anymore. And there is also another topics that is still being under consideration, and one of them is this bill. And in the priorities of the prolegnas, when we had a meeting in the representative board, so I was trying to fight for this bill. But then we were asked to have another meeting for this draft. That's why I am trying to invite everyone here to have the political bloc, so that it's not only me. So we need another 8 parties to support this. So the first one, what we need is that to have this in the priority of prolegnas, because if not, it will be even like more difficult. And last time I got a complaint because I was fighting for this bill to be as one of the priorities. Also, the support was coming also from another party, that is from Golkar party. Next week on Wednesday, for the third times in the representative forum, so she is going also to talk about the domestic workers issues over there. So the commitment of Nasdem party in this case they have been giving a great support for this bill. Personally and also institutionally, we have been supporting for this bill. And there has been some people say that actually it will make this bill will make Indonesia lose, because if it is enacted, so that the country will have to pay some amount, like for the big number, like 10 millions of the people for their social security. And some of it, we really need like a big, like more simultaneous cooperation and also support for this case, so that we can have like some political strategies inside or out of the parliament. I think that's all what I can say. I think other than that, Miss Lita and also some other friends, they know more about it, especially about the dynamics of it. Thank you, Brother Irham. Thank you for your time, Brother Billy. If we look at his background is the outside, the outdoor. Thank you very much for giving us for your time, and also thank you for the information about what is going on in the government, especially in the representatives board. And we need we need to build like a better communication with all the powers and especially political powers that we have in the representatives board. And we have also to focus so that this bill can be one of the priorities in 2021. So to continue our fight, so it is not that easy, but then we need to work together on it. Thank you very much, Brother Billy. The next one, I'd like to invite a representative from the ministry, the Department of Labor and Employment from the Philippines, or Dolly. That is going to be delivered by Miss Karina. She is the Director of Development. She is going to talk about what is happening in Philippines after they ratified what's so-called Batas Kasambahay as their Domestic Workers Protection Act. And Philippines is one of the countries in Asia, or even in the country or in the world, that has been really progressive in terms of giving the law and protection to the domestic workers, in which the Philippines is the second second countries in the world which has already ratified the C90 Convention 189. So Ms. Karin, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Sir Irham, for giving us the opportunity to share the Philippine experience. Am I coming across loud and clear? Hello?
Yes, yes.
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 Judgment. Good afternoon, good morning, and maybe good morning some parts of the world to all the government agencies from Indonesia, non-government organizations here, civil society organizations from ILO, and our friends from the International Domestic Workers Federation, as well as our friends from United, our very own United, and all the participants. Again, good afternoon. Terima kasih for giving us the chance to discuss with you about our laws. As you all know, after 4 months from the ratification of Convention 189, the Philippine government amended our very own domestic workers law. But we would like to emphasize that our laws for then, the term was used was house helper, had been in our labor code since 1974. And that provision on house helpers was amended only in 1993 to reflect some changes in the minimum wage of our house helper. And now our Domestic Workers Act was issued and signed on January 18, 2013. So may I present to you some of the salient features of the law? May I request the slides that I have submitted this morning, if we can flash it.
Hello, Mbak Baria.
Yes, please.
Yes, we have prepared slides.
Yep.
Okay, so as I have mentioned, it took us a while to amend our labor code provision on house helper. It was in 1993, the last one, and after 20 years, which is 2013, we were able to come up with a very comprehensive law on our domestic workers that will promote and protect their welfare. Thank you. So let's move on to the second slide. Now, the second slide will show you who are covered by our Domestic Workers Act, or RA, Republic Act 10361. And this law is applicable to all domestic workers employed and working within the country. We have cook, we have gardener, laundry person, nursemaid, and we have what we term as all-around domestic workers that can do all these tasks. In the law, it says that the Domestic Workers Act does not cover family drivers, service providers such as those in janitorial services, children under foster family arrangement, and anyone who works for sideline purposes or part-time or on a sporadic basis. On the next slide, you would see, next slide, please. Sorry, I'm only given 10 minutes, so I really have to maximize the time. On the next slide, you see that our minimum employable age pursuant to the Convention on Minimum Employable Age is 15, as well as our Labor Code of the Philippines. However, no child below 15 years of age shall be employed as domestic workers. But if the person is already 15 years of age, he or she may be employed as domestic worker, provided there is a consent from the parent or guardian in the employment contract, and they shall not be assigned to hazardous work or work that is likely to be harmful to their health, safety, or morals. And the hours of work for these children are also regulated under the law. The law we're referring here is Republic Act 9231, or the act eliminating the worst forms of child labor. There are certain hours of work that has to be complied with by the employer. On the next slide, previous slide, please. Slide number 4 shows us that even before engagement, an employment contract shall be executed by and between the domestic workers before the commencement of the service in a language that is or dialect understood by both the employer and the employee. In that employment contract, it specifies the duties and responsibilities of the domestic worker, the period of employment, the compensation and authorized deduction, hours of work, proportionate additional payment, rest days, even allowable leaves, board and lodging, and other lawful conditions that are agreed upon by the parties. Take note that no fees shall be collected from the domestic workers who are hired through a placement agency or even directly hired. Also, the domestic worker must be given a copy of the duly signed employment contract, and this employment contract will have to be deposited to the local government unit, which is what we call the barangay, or the smallest village in the country. Okay. On the next slide, we will show you what are the terms and conditions of employment. And my friend, Ms. Novi, had already made mention of the minimum wage. Some of the domestic workers have very low income because the minimum wage is set at 5,000 pesos or 104 US dollars as its equivalent. Okay, in the next slide. Okay. These are the terms and conditions of employment. One is the monthly minimum wage. There is a specific provision on providing for minimum wage, and this is adjusted almost every 2 years or 3 years. And the minimum wage is paid in cash, and it should be paid directly to the domestic worker. And it says in the law that there should be no deduction unless there is a written consent from the domestic worker. And apart from that, there is a requirement of a copy of a pay slip. The pay slip specifies the earned wages less deduction, such as authorized deductions under the law. And this should be provided to a domestic worker. And we have already created a template for this. And so the employer will only have to follow this template. On slide 6, Okay. The law also mandates a weekly rest period or weekly day off for domestic workers. And it says that they are entitled to at least 24 consecutive hours of rest in a week. And the employer and the domestic worker should agree in writing as to the schedule of the weekly day off, and the preference of domestic workers should be respected if based on religious grounds. Another benefit specified under the law is the 8 hours aggregate daily rest period, as well as the 13th month pay or bonus equivalent to 1 month's salary or based on the length of service. And it is specified that payment should not be later than December 24 of every year. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now these are the social benefits that are mandated by law. One is the Social Security System, the Philippine Health Insurance or PhilHealth, and the Home Development Mutual Fund membership. This is mandatory and non-negotiable. They have to be enrolled within a period of 1 month, okay, from the time of engagement. And as to the arrangement, when it comes to the premium and contribution, we follow this rule. So if the domestic worker monthly wage is less than $104.11 US dollars, it should be paid and remitted by the employer. All this, the premium for SSS, PhilHealth, and Pag-ibig or Home Development Mutual Fund shall be shouldered by the employer. However, if the monthly wage is over $104.11 US dollars, then the domestic worker shall pay her proportionate share in the payment as provided for by law. On the next slide, the law enumerates what are unlawful acts. Okay? Number 1 is the employment of children below 15 years of age. This is deemed as child labor. And number 2 is placing the domestic worker under debt bondage as security or payment for a debt where the length and nature of the service is not defined, or when the value of service is not reasonably applied in the payment of the debt. And this one also, I mentioned this a while ago, is the withholding of wages is deemed as an unlawful act, and interfering with the freedom in the disposal of wages of the domestic workers, as well as requiring the domestic worker to make deposit for loss or damage, are likewise prohibited or unlawful acts. On the next slide, you would see there the other terms and conditions of employment as specified under the law. The next slide, please. Okay, these are the other terms and conditions of employment. We have freedom from employers' interference in wage disposal. There is also mention of the standard of treatment, the board, lodging, and medical attendance that should be given to the domestic worker, access to outside communication, even right to privacy. And this extends to all forms of communications as well as personal effects. And the right to terminate employment contract, but only for just causes, and the right to be given employment certification. Okay, next slide, please. Let's look at what are the just causes for termination of contract. Now, these are the grounds specified under the law. The contract may be terminated if there is a commission of crime against a domestic worker by the employer or any member of the household, or vice versa, if the employer committed a crime against the domestic worker. Another cause is violation of the terms and condition of employment contract and other standards, or any disease prejudicial to the health of the domestic worker, the employer, or members of the household, and other similar causes mentioned I've mentioned a while ago. For the kasambahay, a just cause for termination of contract could be verbal or emotional abuse, inhuman treatment, including physical abuse by the employer or any member of the household. And on the other hand, for the employer, these are the grounds for terminating the contract of a domestic worker: willful disobedience by the domestic worker of the lawful order of the employer in connection with the domestic work, or gross habitual neglect or inefficiency by the domestic worker in the conduct of activities or duties, and fraud committed by a domestic worker. Now, the next slide, please. Now, what are the initiatives have been taken by the government insofar as the implementation of the law is concerned? We have what we call hashtag para kay K, means for K or kasambahay or domestic worker. And this is the acronym for promotion, advocacy of rights, and other assistance for kasambahay. So it's a bit catchy there, and people will be able to remember this. And what does it stand for? It is the umbrella program for all the initiatives being undertaken by the concerned offices and agencies of DOLE for the development, for the promotion, protection of domestic workers. And we would like to emphasize that the implementation of the Domestic Workers Act is not only tied to the Department of Labor and Employment. So aside from the Department of Labor and Employment, there are also other government agencies helping as well. We have SSS, Philad and Pag-ibig, the Social Welfare Benefits Agencies. We also are helped by the Department of the Interior and Local Government, which has jurisdiction over local government units, and other stakeholders. Other government agencies are also a part of the implementation of certain provisions of the law. Okay, next slide. Okay. So under that hashtag para kay K, the promotion, advocacy of rights, and other assistance for kasambahay, we have mechanisms for dispute settlement. It is called the Single Entry Approach Program. It is a conciliation mediation services provided to a kasambahay in the event of labor dispute with his employer or vice versa. And the end is for them to settle prior to a full-blown labor case. We are also monitoring compliance with the labor standards through the help of our Bureau of Working Conditions, and then the adjustment of the monthly minimum wage rates for kasambahay, which is lodged with the National Wages Productivity Commission through the Regional Tripartite Wages and Productivity Board. So annually or periodically, they assess and make a research on the need to improve on the monthly minimum wage rates for kasambahay. And for those domestic workers who are hired through licensing of or through private employment agencies, the Department of Labor and Employment is also regulating PEAs that are involved in recruiting and deploying domestic workers in households. The other initiatives that we are doing and we're stated under the law is the oversight on the implementation of the law through the Tripartite Industrial Peace Council. This is a tripartite advisement to the government composed of the employers, federation or group, and the employees, workers or unions. And then the Technical Educational Skills and Development Authority has its part also insofar as providing trainings to our domestic workers and certifying them. The certification given is National Certification 2. And so this NC2 is recognized anywhere in the world. Our domestic workers can be deployed overseas, and they use this as proof of their skill. And also safety and health standards. We have the Occupational Safety and Health Standards Center, which came up with the OSH tips for domestic workers. And of course, capacity building, regular capacity building to our regional implementers, as we have desk officers at our regional offices, provincial offices, and even field offices. And the last one is the rescue and rehabilitation of abused kasambahay. There is a joint memorandum circular between the Department of Social Welfare and Development and the Department of the Interior and Local Government insofar as the protocols for rescuing and rehabilitating the abused kasambahay. Next slide, please. Okay, and other initiatives that we are doing is the development of the information, educational, communication materials so that the law will be popularized to the public. Now, we develop and distribute the Kasambahay Hand Fund that you see on the left corner, where the salient features of the law are translated into layman's term. We also produce a video animation on the Domestic Workers Act. And this one, the Domestic Workers Desk Officers Guide that we provide to our regional implementers to guide them insofar as addressing the concerns of our domestic workers. This was published in 2017. And this one, the one I mentioned, is the occupational safety and health tips for our domestic workers. Okay, next slide, please. This is probably my last slide. Yes, I think it is. Now, what are the impacts of Convention 189 ratification to the Philippines? Of course, it created a legal obligation for the Philippines. We were mandated to observe the principles embodied in the convention, both in law and in practice. So we came up with the amendment of the Domestic Workers Act. And the adoption of the convention during the International Labor Conference, indeed, it had contributed to the early passage of the Philippine Domestic Workers Act, or the Batas Kasambay, in 2013. And we believe that this is a landmark piece of legislation, of labor and social legislation at that, since it recognizes domestic workers for the first time as almost similar to those in the formal sector. And it strengthens respect, protection, and promotion of the rights and welfare of domestic workers. And so that is the Philippine experience. And we know that most laws, there are certain gaps. It's not perfect, but we are doing our very best insofar as the implementation is concerned. With that, thank you very much for your attention.
Wow, many thanks.
Thank you so
Maraming
much.
salamat.
Maraming
The lesson is
salamat.
very interesting and relevant with the Indonesian context. We can learn from Philippines, I think, on how to promote the better protection for domestic workers, including to provide legal provisions to them. Bapak Ibu sekalian, tadi
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Karina, one of the directors from Delhi, has already explained to all of us what are the issues from the domestic workers law in the Philippines. Like, for example, the limitation of the age for the work. It is also relevant to Indonesia, where in Indonesia, there's a limitation of age for work, which is 18 years old. And also we have, which in Indonesia also we have the roadmap for free work from children.
Sayangnya belum diformulasikan ke
We have already
dalam
got the idea, but then it has not been put into the law for the domestic workers protection. And in the last part, Ms. Karin has already explained very well. Other than some terms and conditions that is in Kasambay, it is also in line. It is in line with the Convention 189. The government of the Philippines has already provided the information and also the regulations that is very relevant to Indonesian context. And in some situations, so in this case, so the rights of the domestic workers are not considered as the burden, but then it is their obligation to fulfill their rights, to give their rights to the domestic workers. In the last presentation delivered by Ms. Karin also, it was mentioned that the Philippines has a great relevance in the Convention 189 in terms of the optimization of protection for the domestic workers' rights. And ladies and gentlemen, after this, we are going to listen to the explanation delivered by Senator Risa. She is the parliament member in the Philippines. She is not present directly here in this event, but she sent a video to us. We are going to play the video here, and the interpreter is going to explain to all of us, and we are going to learn together how is the political process that happened in the Philippines. And until finally, the government fully supported the ratification of Convention 189, and also finally has the protection, the law for domestic workers protection. Mr. Irham, we have some changes for the video we are going to play at the end of the event, because it will take a longer time because the video is recorded in Tagalog language. So for now, we are going to have Miss Neti. Thank you, Niken, for the reminder. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to invite Miss Neti. Dr. Neti, she is representing Maju Perempuan Indonesia, an organization that is consistently fighting for the women's rights. We are going to listen to her talking about the relevance of rights to provide the protection, the law protections for the domestic workers, and how we can promote the women's rights, and how we can continue the fight for the gender equality. Because some issues in the domestic workers, it somehow represents the marginalization that has happened to the women. Are you ready, Ms. Neti? So the floor is yours. Thank you, Brother Irham, for the opportunity to speak in this occasion. And thank you for all the speakers. I'm sorry that I couldn't mention one by one, but I'm sure that all the speakers, all of you, are concerned about the domestic workers' rights. So hopefully, this law later on, it can protect our friends, the domestic workers. And the second one, I'd like to apologize on behalf of Ibu Lena or Miss Lena. It was supposed to be her who is going to represent Maju Perempuan Indonesia, this organization, an organization which covers the women from across religion and also across political parties. And we are concerned about the needs of the women and also the children, and also to improve or empower the women in Indonesia. In this occasion, I'd like to share some main ideas of Ibu Lena or Miss Lena. So we have already framed that actually this is the fight of us, our fight together, because I am in the Commission 9th, in which I have also like some interest in this case, in this bill. I'd like to emphasize one more time that the law of domestic workers protection, it is the need. It is a need. It is a need that cannot be postponed, because today we have already seen that three aspects that we cannot be denied: philosophically, juridically, and also sociologically. All of those three, they have already met the requirement for us to fight for it. And when we are talking about philosophically, today the country has an obligation to provide the decent life for all citizens. And today, there are some people around us who have the work in the domestic area as domestic workers. So it is supposed to be, there has to be some regulations for them so that they can get some protection in doing their work. Well, even not only them, not only those who are working in Indonesia, but also for those who are working in another countries as migrant domestic workers. So that we don't want it happen. We don't want it to happen that the situation. So there's the situation when we are protecting the people for those people who are out there in other countries, but then we will ignore those friends who are working as domestic workers in Indonesia. So we don't want it to happen. And when we are talking about the sociological aspect, today we have already seen that we have to admit that the relation model between the employers and also the workers, there is imbalance. If we have a look at the formal when we are talking about domestic workers, it seems like we have never heard anything from the workers different from another workers. That's why now we can the statement poverty has a woman face, and in this case it is represented mostly by the women who are working as domestic workers. And surely I need also provide an overview that when we are talking about the relation model, most of families in Indonesia, they get the benefit, the great benefits by from the presence of domestic workers, including me. So when we are talking about the education for the children, and also there are some other aspects, we cannot. So there is an involvement of the domestic workers, because when we are entering to the era when women are not only staying at home, and some women they make a decision to have some career, so that there will be some workers, which is domestic workers, who are helping them to support their family, to help them at home. So that some helps provided by the domestic workers. So in here, this is the aspect this is the sociological aspect. So this is so that's why it is juridically, it has become a need, so that it can cover the needs for everyone, for the employers and also for the workers, in this case domestic workers. So hopefully this law, the law of protection for domestic workers, so that it can protect all the citizens by the country, and it is going to be done by the government. And hopefully this protection, as I have already listened from the previous speakers, that we need to have a look at, and also we have to observe what are the things that need to be covered in this law, starting from how we have a look at the age of working hours, and also the rights as the workers, and other than that, so on and so forth. And I think those things cannot be denied anymore. and hopefully, this discussion can lead to a commitment for the stakeholders and also decision makers, for those of them who are in legislation board or maybe the civil society and also academics. All of them, they have like this similar perception and also similar voice in to support the bill of the domestic workers protection, so that it can move on until it will be reviewed and discussed later on in the parliament. And hopefully, especially for Miss Lita, she is my friend. Hopefully you never give up fighting for this enactment.
Terima kasih Bu Neti.
Ya, terima kasih.
Thank you very much. Peace be upon all of you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Bu Neti Prasetyani.
Thank you Ibu Neti.
Dari Maju Perempuan Indonesia.
From Maju Perempuan Indonesia.
Salah menyebut dari Mampu.
I'm so sorry that I made a mistake to mention that you are from Mampu, but no, you are from Maju Perempuan Indonesia. She is from Maju Perempuan Indonesia. So the one who has been supporting so that the protection for all domestic workers and also the Convention 189, who have already mentioned that those two, it is an integral effort to cover all the domestic workers, and we can see that they can tackle the issues that domestic workers have been through so far. Thank you, Ms. Neti. I think we are about running out of time. The next one, I'd like to welcome Mr. Ismail. He is the director of the placement the placement of workers in Indonesia from the Ministry of Labor in Indonesia, who is going to share his perspective in terms of what are the efforts that Indonesian government have already made so far to provide the protection for the domestic workers and also to promote the domestic workers' rights at the workplace and also in their life. Because as far as I know, in the Ministry of Labor, there are some regulations over there. Other than that, also we would like to listen from Ministry of Labor. What are the plans of from the Indonesian government in the future, especially to provide the better protection or laws for the domestic workers? Mr. Ismail, the time is yours. All right, thank you. Can everyone hear my voice? Thank you. Peace be upon all of you. Good afternoon, everyone. The Honorable the Moderator, the speakers, and ladies and gentlemen, everyone that I cannot mention one by one. First of all, I'd like to apologize that I was late to join in this event. I got the link almost at 3 p.m. today. I've got only 10 minutes in here. So again, thank you for the invitation. And even though I was late, I have already listened to some materials provided by the speakers from the Philippines and also from the commissions of the representative board from the parliament and also from the 9th commission. What has been delivered by Mr. Willie before, that the process of the drafting of the development of the domestic workers protection bill. It was done in 2004 until 2009, and it was already in the prolegnas until 2014 until 2019, and still it is not enacted yet. And in this period, it is also already in the national legislation program. So hopefully this bill can be enacted.
Saya mungkin tidak masuk lagi ke
What I'm not going to talk about the material about the bill has been delivered or talked about, has been discussed by Mr. Willie, but what I can share here is about what we have already done in the Ministry of Labor to fill in the gap from periods to period, even even in 2015 by the regulation of ministerial regulation, it was talking about the protection of domestic workers already. Even we can understand that the bill or the law, the domestic workers law in the Philippines, for sure it is like so far different from what the Philippines has and also what we have here in the ministerial regulations. But then in the Ministry of Labor, we have already defined the definition of the domestic workers, employers, and also in the institutions of the placement. We have already described the recruitments and also the documents and also permissions, also talking about the agreement of the employment. And when we are talking about it, it has become it is related to the recognition of the domestic worker as a worker in Indonesia. So as it was mentioned before, that the employment agreement, not all of them has been done, and also it is talking about how we can help the domestic
kemudian juga
workers
membicarakan hak dan kewajiban
in terms of their rights, the rights of the employers, and also the rights of the domestic workers. We think that it must be regulated in the law or in the bill that will be discussed in the parliament. But then there are so many things that we have been through, that because there are so many interest in the development of this bill. The employment of the domestic workers, it requires some requirements, like for example is the identity, the rights and obligations of some parties, and also the agreements or employment contract, and also the date of the employment. And in terms of the recruiter, the distribution recruiter, and they must have the license. And the last one, we have already included this in the license, the law for the license of working provider or recruiter. We have already regulated about the education and also the training for the domestic workers done by the regional government. Other than that, in the Permenaker or employment regulation of the employment, we have already decided some penalties for the recruiter who doesn't meet the requirements provided. Ladies and gentlemen, in the supervision in supervising the domestic workers employment, we have the body for monitoring this employment. However, and from this monitoring, we have already seen that there are some recruiter that we have already found and also monitored. And what we have already heard is that in the Philippines, it has already ratified the C-189. I think it is a good example for us to ratify the Convention 189, especially in terms of the development of the bill for domestic workers protection. I think that's all what I can say, because there has been a lot of things explained and also shared in the previous session, because we are here in the position of the review and also discussion of this bill. However, right now the key is in the parliament. We really and in this case we really need a lot of advices, and also some ideas coming from all of you in this case. I think right now in this moment we can see that there are domestic workers. The domestic workers, it needs to be divided. It needs to be categorized. The one which is for private domestic workers, or industrialized domestic workers, or non-private domestic workers.
Batang tubuh atau isi materi dari rancangan undang-undangnya. Kan 3 periode.
What we can see is that in 3 periods of the government in the parliament, it can be an experience for us on why it takes 3 periods for this bill to be enacted.
Terima kasih. Saya kembalikan ke.
I think that's all what I can say in this occasion. So back to the host, back to the moderator. Peace be upon all of you. Thank you for Mr. Ismail, who has provided some ideas in terms of the process of this bill, who has already mentioned that the inavailability of the law of the domestic workers protection, then there is no that's why the Ministry of Labor, so it has already launched some regulations, like such as ministerial regulations. Mr. Ismail also has explained to all of us that it has already become urgent for all of us, for Indonesia to ratify Convention ILO 189, so that it can be the fundamental for Indonesia in the future to adopt the domestic workers protection law to be enacted later on. And as we know that the process is not easy, but then we must fight for this in the future. And the next one is the explanation from Ms. Claire from ILO Geneva. But before that, we are going to listen to the explanation from Senator Riza. She is the senator from the Philippines, and who has already recorded her video and shared to us here. I've got information that the explanation is delivered in Tagalog language. So I'd like to invite someone someone from Philippines to provide the summary of the video to all of us.
Apakah videonya bisa di-play?
Can you play the video, Miss Barry?
Sudah. Kita simak bersama ya.
Nang maratipika ang ILO Convention 189, mag-iisang dekada na rin pala. Tayo ang ikalawang bansa na nagratipikan yan. At noong 2013 naman, naging batas ang kasambahay law. Mga tagumpay na yan ay bunga ng dekadang pakikibaka ng ating mga manggagawa para sa kanilang interes at karapatan. Pero sa kabila ng mga yan, at dahil na rin sa mahinang monitoring at pagresponde, lagana pa rin ang pang-aabuso at pangmamaltrato sa mga domestic workers, lalo na ngayon sa gitna ng pandemya. Tama na. Dapat tuluyang wakasan ang iba't ibang uri ng kahirapan at karahasan sa sektor ninyo. Kailangan ng ating mga domestic workers ng patuloy na proteksyon. Kaya patuloy kong sinusuportahan ang anumang panukalang batas na mag-aangat sa inyong mga benepisyo at magsisiguro sa inyong kalagayan tulad ng kasambahay law. Kasi even before the pandemic, napakalaki na ng ambag ng mga domestic workers sa ating ekonomiya. Ayon sa ILO, more than 60 million ang domestic workers ngayon sa buong mundo. At ang Pilipinas ay isa sa mga bansa sa Asia na maraming na ide-deploy ng mga domestic workers abroad. Karamihan sa domestic workers, 80% actually, ay mga kababaihan. Tayo kasi ang nagpupuno ng ng mga magulang sa mga tahanan. Kaya napakaraming kababaihan ang pumapasok sa ganitong trabaho. Dahil may maiiwan sa bahay at may papatakbo ng mga gawain. May magluluto, maglalaba, maglilinis, at maglinis. Sa totoo lang, essential workers ang ating mga domestic workers. Ngayong mas naging maliwanag pa sa ating lahat kung gaano talaga kayo kahalaga. Nawa ay maipakita naman natin sa ating mga domestic workers na binibigyan natin kayo ng dignidad at pagpapahalaga. Hindi lang sana all. Bago na ngayon, para sa akin, dapat all. Manindigan para sa karapatan ng mga manggagawa. Kasi dapat all makakabangon sa mga pagsubok ng panahon tungo sa new. Dapat all kasama sa pag-unlad. Salamat at magandang hapon po.
Senator Risa, Bapak Ibu sekalian, tadi videonya dalam bahasa Tagalog.
Ladies and gentlemen, the video was in Tagalog and the committee didn't manage to translate because we just received it a few minutes ago. So next, we would like to invite a participant from the Philippines, Miss Novelita, please, to provide a brief summary from the video.
Yang baru bergabung, Kalena kan baru diangkat sebagai ini dubes.
There is Miss.
Halo Lita.
Ya, silakan Kalena. Doanya Kak, doanya.
Mbak Lita, kita dengarkan terjemahan video dulu dari Novi dan Maya.
Let's listen to the translation of the video from Miss Novelita.
Novi and Maya, please, can you translate briefly? Where is Novi and Maya? Okay, I think Novi and Maya will need time to translate the video. Kalau begitu, silakan saja langsung saja Mas Irham atau Mbak Lita.
Hi, Sis Ken.
Okay, Himaya is here.
I try to write it while I play the video, so I asked more time to do about it. But to give what you call this? The video is in general, not for the Indonesian brother and sister only, but she send the message, but in general for the domestic worker.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I'm not finished yet watching it. So that's why I asked more times if there is another speaker.
Okay. Okay, then I will over to Mas Irham.
Okay, thank you, sister.
Thank you, Maya. Baik, berikutnya tadi kata Mbak
Alright,
Lita ada
the next, as mentioned by Miss Lita, that we have Miss Lena from Maju Perempuan Indonesia.
sebenarnya beliau tadi harusnya
She was supposedly in the middle of us a while ago, but then she got there was a matter happening to her. That's why she was not with us. So now she is here. So please, for Miss Lena, we'd like to give you 3 minutes to share the message. Thank you, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Bisa jelas ya? Halo.
Yes.
Halo, jelas Ibu. Silakan dilanjut.
Yes, please continue, Miss.
Sebentar ya. Sebentar, Mas.
Oh, wait a moment, please. Thank you, brother.
Saya Irham, Ibu.
Mas Ilham ya?
Ya.
Mas Ilham. Ya, terima kasih. Mohon
Thank you
maaf.
for brother Irham. I'd like to apologize.
Diinformasikan oleh Mbak Lita.
As mentioned by Miss Lita, that it is oh.
Mohon maaf, Kak.
Iya. Maklum ini karena masih proses awal sekali, tapi mudah-mudahan itu menjadi doa ya, Mbak Lita ya dan kawan-kawan. Ya, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for everyone.
Tadi sudah
Oh,
hadir, sudah
sudah.
presentasi,
Kalau sudah,
Ibu.
mestinya
Mungkin
saya
Ibu
nggak
Lena
perlu
bisa
lagi ya.
menyapa secara
Perlu
singkat
juga,
kepada
Kak.
seluruh
Perlu.
peserta.
So Miss Nati was here, and
Sebelumnya selamat PRT ya. Dan Mas Ilham, kami tetap optimis ya bahwa
so we are from Maju Perempuan Indonesia. We are optimistic that this bill it is going to be enacted because the process that in the parliament, even though it is as the priority in the prolegnas, it is postponed, but hopefully later on in March 8th, the opening of this prolegnas, it can be there. It will be there. Unfortunately, that it has since it is in the March. It will be unfortunate that it cannot be enacted later on in March 2020-21. If we have this discussion in a hurry, then it will not be providing any good benefits for the people. So that, but then hopefully it will be enacted later on in March. And as mentioned by Ms. Neti is in Commission 9. I'm not really sure if it is going to be discussed in Commission 9, but then considering its specialty and its urgency, I think it will be there. And it was a good idea that Ms. Neti was here.
Mas Ilham.
So I see that there are.
Oh, diterjemahkan ya. So
I see here there are some participants from another country.
greet my friends from Philippines ya, Mas Ilham ya.
Ada
Dari Filipina,
ada
dari
juga
Hong Kong, dari ILO
Bangkok dan
Geneva,
Geneva.
dari Bangkok.
Oh yeah. Okay. So everyone, hello. My name is Lena Mariana. I was a member of Parliament last period, so I will support my friends in Indonesia, especially what Jala PRT fight for, in order to protect and to recognize the rights of the domestic workers. So I think that by cooperate hand in hand, including to encourage the caucus of female parliament in Indonesia, I think that this bill will be, discussed or debate in the parliament soon. And I would like to ask your support in order to fasten this process. So thank you, Mas Ilham, and take care everyone, especially from COVID-19. Bye-bye. Selamat sore semuanya.
Selamat sore, terima
kasih Mas Ilham.
Lena.
Thank you, Miss Lena.
Memberikan pengorbanan dan bantuan yang luar biasa.
Who is already sacrificed and also given a big support for the domestic workers movement to get the protection for the rights, especially in terms of law. And also who has already helped our friends and our friends, domestic migrant workers, especially together with her friends in the parliament. Next, the last speaker, we have Miss Claire Hobden from ILO Geneva. She is the specialist for vulnerable workers, and she has been closely working on the domestic workers issues, and she will describe to all of us here what are the visions and also missions of Convention 189. And she will also explain to all of us here how what is the relevance of this convention to the countries, especially the countries of ILO members, to provide protection for the domestic workers. As we know that Indonesia has the big number of domestic workers in especially Southeast Asia, and or maybe even in the world, because this Indonesia provides a big number of domestic workers in Asia. I would like to invite.
Are you there? Time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be with everybody again after a long time. I know I've met some of you and worked with some of you in the past. So it's very exciting to see this exchange happening between the two countries. And I'm very happy to be here with you all. So in this presentation, there's a lot of information that's been asked. What I will do is share my screen. I have a PowerPoint. I will not cover all of the slides, but the slides will then be there for you to use them in the future. I think one of the key themes that has come out from today's webinar is the extent to which domestic workers are put in situations of vulnerability and face situations that really violate their human rights, and put them in situations as well where they're not able to support their families, which is really one of the main reasons why people go to work every day. There's another important message here that we got a little bit from Fish's presentation, is that there's been a lot of momentum happening in the last 10 years to make decent work a reality for domestic workers since the adoption of the convention. So the momentum really has been all around the world. And it's true that 10 years ago, when we first produced a report that looked at the number of domestic workers who were covered by key labor laws, Asia was one of the regions in which there were the fewest protections. There were also very few protections elsewhere in the world. But I think what happened when ILO Convention 189 was adopted, it was adopted with overwhelming support from the constituents, from the governments, from the workers, and also the employers. And it was adopted with that much support because there was a recognition that domestic workers were, first of all, some of the most vulnerable workers in society. And secondly, that they were providing a service that is absolutely essential to households around the world in every country. So there is this recognition of domestic workers as workers that happened for the first time at the international level in 2011. And since then, there have been a growing number of countries that have extended labor laws to domestic workers in recognition of that service that they provide to households and to societies at large. I'll just share my screen here. So these were the first international instruments on domestic work, and they remain the most important ones. The momentum that we've seen has really been all around the world. This is an estimate. We know that there are about 70 countries or so that have somehow taken action to recognize domestic workers. That includes 31 countries that have ratified the convention. And as we heard earlier in the presentation, only one of those countries right now is in Asia. But there is also other good news, which is that there are around 30, actually, let's say now about 50 countries that have adopted law or policy reform, or who are in the process of adopting law and policies in order to extend labor protections or social security to domestic workers. We've heard in detail about the comprehensive reforms that took place in the Philippines. And I think this is one very good example of not just the extent of laws and policies to domestic workers, but also the implementation methods to make sure that the rights of domestic workers become a reality. But there are also other countries that have adopted laws or policies that target specific areas. So they've taken more progressive approaches to ensuring protection for domestic workers. And this has been, for example, in the area of wages in Switzerland, in the United States, in Germany. On working time, there have been a lot of countries that have adopted laws and policies and to limit the working hours of workers, as well as on social security and on labor inspections and compliance. The ILO has gone to great lengths to document a lot of these good practices, and they're available on our website, so I can also share that link. I will not have time to go into detail on them here, but I wanted to make sure that it was clear that in the last 10 years, changes are taking place at quite a speed when it comes to laws and policies. The question of implementation of laws and policies is a little bit different. And there we see that there's still a long way to go to make sure that domestic workers are really realizing their rights in the workplace at home. But this is a topic that we can also get into more detail at another time. Just to speak a little bit about the convention, for those of you who were there when the convention was being negotiated and adopted, you will remember that it had very clear objectives, and it wanted to recognize that domestic workers have a right to decent work like all other workers. So it's important to remember that C189 is a convention that aims at equality. It aims that domestic workers have rights equal to other workers with respect to a whole series of rights, including wages, including working time, social security, occupational safety and health, and so on and so forth. So this is the first key thing to keep in mind about the convention. The other point is that it is an instrument of formalization. So when we talk about formalization of domestic work, What we're really trying to say is that domestic work is recognized as not only a source of employment that has all of the associated rights and benefits as other work, but also that it is a sector that is contributing to society and to the functioning of households overall. So it means that it is a sector that's recognized as a professional sector, that's providing direct and indirect care services to households, and that these services are an actual social good and an economic good. In other words, households have care needs in the form of housekeeping, in the forms of cooking, in the forms of taking care of children and the elderly and other dependent persons in the household. And domestic workers are the ones who are meeting those needs. In other countries, or in many countries, I should say, those needs are also met by public authorities, for example. So there are different ways in which that the household needs can be met. In this particular case, domestic workers tend to be the ones who are meeting those needs. And so the extension of laws and policies to domestic workers and the formalization of domestic work is intended to make sure that those domestic workers who are providing those services actually have the same rights and benefits as other workers. Now, in Indonesia, we've made the point that it is a very large country and there are millions of domestic workers who work in Indonesia. There's 67 million domestic workers worldwide. That's what we've estimated at the ILO. And I think I heard earlier in one of the presentations that there is an estimated number of 4 million domestic workers in Indonesia alone. The majority are likely to be women. They're often young women. And they're women who come from normally contexts in which they're already fighting poverty and lack of employment opportunities. So we see that this is a group of people who are already in vulnerable situations when they enter the workforce. So the fact that they are an already marginalized group lowers also their capacity to bargain with the employer and make sure that their rights are implemented. And for this reason, which I'll end on in a few minutes, the role of domestic workers unions is critical to make sure that they have the support that they need, the social network and the legal representation in order to make sure that their rights are implemented in the workplace and also through the so what we're really talking about here, as we heard also in Fish's presentation, is an issue of human rights. And to come back to the convention, you know, there are these interrelated obligations that are contained in the convention. First, the effective promotion and protection of the human rights of all domestic workers. And secondly, to ensure fair terms of employment and decent working and living conditions. Importantly, as we heard in the first step in the Philippines and the case that's happening in Malaysia and in many other countries, the first step is to recognize that domestic workers are not servants or members of the family, but that they are workers. And the convention also makes sure that they enjoy protections in terms of all terms of employment, so wages, working time, occupational safety and health, social security, to promote the formalization of the employment relationship. And the convention also discusses the fact that domestic work is a sector that is the same as other sectors, but also has some very particular characteristics. For example, that the work takes place within the private home of another person. So there's certain measures that must be tailored to take into account the specificities of the sector. I'll come back to that point in a moment. So this table, I do not expect you to be able to absorb it all right now, but it's a summary of the different areas that are covered by the convention. The slides that follow look at more detail each of the key areas, which I will not cover now for the sake of time, but you will see, for example, here, that each slide covers the key articles of the convention by topic. So the fundamental principles and rights at work, is one of the most important articles of the convention. It really underlines the fact that domestic workers have the same rights as other workers with respect to freedom of association and the right to collective bargaining, the elimination of forced labor, child labor, and the elimination of discrimination. Similarly, we have many slides on working time, for example, which is one of the key provisions where we really talk about the need to ensure that domestic workers have the same rights as other workers, working time, and many detailed slides on remuneration as well, and so on and so forth. For now, though, I wanted to skip ahead to the fact of decent work and making sure that it becomes a reality. So as we pointed out before, there are many countries that have already adopted laws and policies on domestic work. And some of the reasons why is really to address the issues that we heard in the first part of the presentation. Domestic workers have some of the lowest wages of all workers, and they work some of the longest working hours of all workers as well. Among domestic workers, I think around 70% are in informal employment, meaning that they do not have the right to Social Security and other benefits. And the fact that they were excluded, that they have been excluded from Social Security and from employment protection was really seen very clearly during the COVID-19 pandemic, where millions of workers around the world faced job losses or income loss as a result of the pandemic or the confinement measures that were imposed. And as a result, domestic workers were one group that suffered greatly also from the inability to go to work and to receive an income. However, many other workers in the formal sectors were able nonetheless to receive unemployment benefits or emergency income support measures that were extended to formal employees and other workers in the formal economy. Domestic workers, for the most part, have been excluded from those protections, and it has put them in situations of humanitarian crisis where they have not had the money to put food on the table for their families. And this has really represented a major crisis for domestic workers around the world. And I think that this is really bringing to light how critical it is to ensure that domestic workers, that these millions and millions of domestic workers have access to Social Security and employment protection, and indeed health protection, as they are some of the people who've also been exposed to the virus, perhaps more so than other workers, being that they are working directly in private households where they are not necessarily able to isolate from the rest of the family. So I think households have also really recognized the importance of domestic workers when during the pandemic, the domestic workers could no longer come to work. I think those households, the families, the employers realized the extent to which domestic workers were providing a crucial service, and they've really struggled to make sure to meet their home needs, their care needs in the absence of the domestic workers. So it's one of the ways in which the needs of employers and of households is also becoming more evident. And governments can play a really crucial role in ensuring that those needs of households and employers are met by ensuring that domestic work is formalized and that they have all the rights and benefits of other workers. It's in doing so that the social care needs are met as a whole. But in order to reach this stage, we need to make sure that decent work is a reality for domestic workers. And in the past, we've heard often that decent work is not possible for domestic workers, that the sector is too complicated, that the privacy of the household prevents rights from being implemented. And so there are a lot of myths that we've noticed in the last 10 years. And some of them really pertain to specific areas. So I'm going to cover just a few of them here, because I think that, as you know, of the 70 countries that have adopted new laws and policies, what we really see is that these barriers to implementing rights are myths, right? So it is actually possible to limit working time for domestic workers. It is possible to ensure a minimum wage for domestic workers. And it is possible to ensure that they are covered effectively by Social Security. We are seeing proof of this around the world every day. So there is at this stage a level of knowledge that we didn't have 10 years ago about how to make sure that decent work becomes a reality for domestic workers. So one of the big myths that we heard a lot was that it was impossible to limit and calculate working time for live-in domestic workers. But in reality, many countries have adopted specific laws and policies to ensure the right to rest. So you can do so in various ways. In Chile, for example, they reduced the weekly working hours of domestic workers from 75 to 45 hours a week. And for live-in domestic workers, they took a specific measure to ensure 12 hours of daily rest, including 9 to be taken consecutively, plus Saturday and Sunday off. And by adopting this new law, they ensured that domestic workers who live in the households of their employers would have easily identifiable periods during which they are not required to work, during which they can leave the household and dispose of their time as they please. There are many other countries that fit the example in the region. Vietnam is one of them, but there are many countries that have adopted new laws around working time. So I encourage you to again, use the resources on the ILO website for more information. Similarly with wages, there are many countries now in the last 10 years that have adopted new laws to extend minimum wage protection to domestic workers. The myth is that it was impossible because it would be unaffordable for households to pay the minimum wage, especially when they're minimum wage earners themselves. While indeed it's important to take into account the capacity of households to pay, what we have found is that, well, and the ILO has worked on developing methods to calculate whether households have the capacity to pay a certain wage and at what expense. So in other words, if households are, let's say 90% of households who employ domestic workers are able to pay a minimum wage, and maybe 10% are not able to pay the full minimum wage. In those cases, they would normally then just reduce the number of hours for which they're hiring domestic workers. And there are countries as well that have adopted policies to subsidize domestic work for households that do not have capacity to pay the minimum wage. So it's a way of ensuring that both the needs of households and employers, household employers and domestic workers are met through minimum wage policies. For compliance, it's another big one where the governments and especially the governments have noted the privacy of the household, which is often in the Constitution. There is often a constitutional right to privacy of the household, which is a real barrier indeed. But it is important to remember that the convention actually only calls for governments to identify the conditions under which a labor inspectorate might be allowed access to the household, and that promotion of compliance actually rely on a much broader range of strategies that include not just entry into the household for inspection, but also, and perhaps more importantly, awareness raising campaigns targeted in specific neighborhoods, for example, where they know that there are many domestic workers who are working. In Uruguay is a classic example, but we see these practices in a growing number of countries where where labor inspectors visit households not to enter, but just to discuss and dialogue with employers to make sure that they're aware of their responsibilities, to help them with their responsibilities, and to make sure to interview domestic workers to make sure they are not in situations of abuse and exploitation.
Sorry, Claire, you have 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, perfect. I'm on the last 2 slides. The last point that I wanted to make was exactly on social dialogue and on the myth of the fact that it was impossible to organize domestic workers. We are in the presence of the International Domestic Workers organization. I do not need to tell you how successful they have been in growing over the last 10 years. We're also in the presence of domestic workers organizations who know how difficult it is, but also that it's possible to organize domestic workers. And I need to emphasize the importance of also thinking about how to organize employers of domestic workers. There are more countries now where these efforts are taking place, in France, Belgium, Italy, in Uruguay. And I think that in those countries, they have a huge benefit because both the households and the domestic workers have a voice and representation in social dialogue. It means that governments are better able to take into account the needs of both parties and develop policies that are adapted to the sector. In some cases, we've even achieved collective bargaining. Now, with our typical constituents, obviously, are trade unions and employers organizations, domestic workers unions and organizations of employers of domestic workers do exist, especially on the workers' side, and the role that they've played in ensuring that laws and policies are adapted to the sector, and also in helping to implement the provisions that are adopted in law and policy. I think the point has been made very clear in the presentation by the Philippines, which has always been one of the great examples of social dialogue, and certainly one that I think has led to some of the successes that we heard about in today's presentation. So I'll leave it at that and welcome any questions if there are any.
Many thanks, Claire, for your elaborative information and presentation on the global picture of workers, including how relevant the ILO conventions provide the protection and promotion of rights of domestic workers across the globe. Bapak Ibu sekalian, tadi sudah
Ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to Claire from ILO Geneva. She has already described a lot of things, an overview of the domestic workers from around the world, some terms and also conditions has been provided or covered in Convention 189. And also she has described to all of us some examples from other countries, the member of ILO as well, and the one that at the same time, they are trying also to provide the protection for the domestic workers in their country. Ladies and gentlemen, since the time keeps ticking, so now we are in question and answer session. It will be led by Ms. Niken. So Niken, can you please help to lead the question and answer session? Thank you, Mr. Irham. Because we are running out of time here, now I'd like to invite two questions. I'd like to invite two participants to ask two questions. Anyone would like to ask any questions?
Masih belum ada yang mengajukan pertanyaan. Apakah ini karena terlalu sore, teman-teman mungkin udah lapar ya?
Maybe it is too late, so that everyone starts getting hungry. If there is no question, is there any question in the chat box? Maybe anyone can help me to check in the chat box if there is any questions in there. While we are waiting for checking the chat box for any questions, now we'd like to listen to the translation from the video of what Senator Risa said before.
Yes, sister.
Yes, please.
Yeah. I just translate what Senator Risa said in the video. She said that in 2012 ratified the Convention 189. It's been almost a decade. Philippines is the first ratified the convention, and we have the enabling law in 2013. It is the success that decades ago struggle of our workers for the common good and rights for the domestic workers. but the abuse and maltreatment is still experienced in the domestic workers today. The domestic workers need continued protection. I always support the proposed bill for the protection of all domestic workers to improve the rights and the benefits of the domestic workers, to ensure the protection like the Kasambahay law. Even before the pandemic, the domestic workers have huge contribution of the economy. More than 6 million domestic workers across the globe. Sorry. The Philippines is the one country deployed the domestic workers. 80% of them women. The domestic workers feel the responsibility to the house, the house of the employer. Though all the house chores, the domestic workers are the essential workers. Domestic workers, most important workers. Let's show them, let's show the domestic workers that they are important. That's all, sister.
Thank you. Thank you, Maya, for your kind translation. Oke, jadi teman-teman karena
So everyone, because we are getting closer to the end of the event and it seems like there is no questions coming from the participants, or maybe at least is there any at least one question or maybe comments?
Boleh tanya, Mbak?
Boleh, silakan Ibu.
Can I ask a question? Let's say in March in the parliament, it is not there. The bill is not there. So what are we going to do?
Untuk jawabannya, bagaimana Mbak ini
So
strategi?
let's hear from Ms. Lita. What's going to happen if in March? So what happened if in March this bill is not one of the priorities in the prolegnas or in the parliament?
Tentu saja
This question is difficult to be answered.
andai kata tidak kan cukup menyedihkan gitu loh, Mbak.
We all hope that it will be one of the priorities, but let's say what's going to happen if it is not there.
Bisa saya menambahkan?
Can I say something from Ms. Lita?
Kita optimis ya.
We are optimistic that we are going to make a movement, women movement,
Ibu bangsa.
that is Ibu Bangsa.
Kita mempunyai beberapa gerakan.
We have some movements such as
Adalah gerakan ibu bangsa untuk
the movement of women for domestic workers. So we would like to invite all the stakeholders to make a movement together to support the bill of domestic workers protection. And especially here we have some expatriates. So I'm going to invite Kawani to encourage everyone to move together.
Like mother of a nation move gerakan ibu bangsa ya for especially those domestic workers.
Amin, siap.
Ya.
Semangat.
Mbak Lita, saya tambahkan sedikit.
Can I have a few words?
Jangan bermain-main dengan Kongres Wanita Indonesia yang perjuangannya sudah dari tahun 1928 di mana Kowani the biggest.
Kowani has been working hard for so many years. It is a big organization in Indonesia. So that we really want to get everyone together, all stakeholders to work together.
Halo.
Can I say something here?
Iya, tadi pertanyaan ini
This question.
dari Ibu siapa tadi, Mbak?
Saya Bu Eriana.
This is the question coming from Miss Ariana.
Apa informasi yang bisa kami sampaikan bahwa di
Referring to the question. So here, what we can say is that the bill, this bill,
ada dua fraksi yang masih belum bisa menerima dan
there
tetapi
are some parties that actually do not accept this bill, but so that it couldn't be enacted. But then now we are waiting for the discussion forum to schedule this bill so that it will be prolegnas, one of the priorities in the prolegnas in 2021 in the parliament. And why it is not enacted yet? Because there are some parts of the bill that is not finished yet, that has not been finalized yet by the fractions or some parties. So hopefully it can be enacted soon in the parliament as the priority in the prolegnas. If it is almost impossible to be postponed anymore.
Mbak Lita, karena ini
It seems
untuk kepentingan domestik kita di dalam negeri terkait dengan rancangan undang-undang ini. Begitu Bu, yang bisa saya tambahkan.
That's all what I can add for this.
Teman-teman di balik ini ya, terutama perempuan aleknya, perempuan anggota legislatif.
Especially for the female representatives, we have already mentioned to them to also talk about it in the parliament so that they can advocate this. They can advocate this bill.
Silakan Mbak Lita terakhir.
Ya,
Can I say something? So talking about this bill, it is urgent to be enacted as soon as possible. And there's no need to be debated that actually it will be a burden for the government in terms of the social security, because it is actually their obligation to provide
mengadopsi SDGs,
to provide the social security for the people. And let's say if they are left behind, then we're not gonna sacrifice them for the development of the country, because there's no justice if they are not part of the citizens. That's why it is important so that this law or this bill, it is very important, as well as Convention 189, because the social justice, in the social justice, it is mentioned that there is no one left behind, or there is no one is excluded, including the domestic workers. They are also part of the formal workers. They are part of the country. They are also human. They have also got the rights for their welfare. So if we are referring to the objective of the development, so this bill or this law, it is urgent at the moment to be enacted. Thank you. And the support from Kowani, MPI, and from everyone, from the civil society, from international organizations. Also, we really need to share information, and also we can adopt one to another so that we can learn together. And thank you for the Philippines, so that the Philippines can be some model or some example for us.
Terima kasih Mbak Lita. Saya rasa penting bagi kita untuk tetap menerapkan rasa optimis dan semangat. Jangan sampai pergerakan kita surut apapun yang terjadi. Teman-teman jaringan IDWF, ILO, dan juga bahkan teman-teman di Filipina selalu ada dalam gerakan teman-teman untuk mendukung.
Thank you very much for everyone who have been supporting for the enactment of this bill. I think that's all what I can say. Niken IDWF as the moderator, and also Mr. Irham as the moderator. Thank you very much. And also sorry that because we couldn't facilitate the questions. Now I am going to give it back to the host. Thank you for Niken and also Irham, who have already led the session, the discussion session. Now, before we close this event, I'm going to share some messages.
The Vice General Secretary of United Philippines, saya akan langsung mengundang beliau untuk menyampaikan
I'd
pesan
like to invite her to send the solidarity messages from Miss Himaya.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon from the Department of Labor from the Philippines, the lawmaker from the Philippines, the ILO, Geneva and Jakarta, the Rumah Tangga organization in Indonesia, and Jala, and of course IDWF, and my colleagues in United. The situation of the working condition of the domestic worker in Indonesia before is now is most likely the situation of the domestic workers of the Philippines before. There are many forms of violence experience the domestic workers, like in the Indonesia, the domestic workers in Indonesia. The Filipinos before don't see the big contribution of the domestic workers in our country, but all but all of those are the history now because of the ratification of the Convention 189, and we have the enabling law. And we success all of those because of the unity of the labor organization, the trade union in our country, and of course the civil organization, lawmakers, and most of all the support of the Department of Labor for the protection of the domestic worker. On behalf of United Domestic Workers of the Philippines, we call the Indonesia lawmakers to ratify and to pass the national law for the welfare and protection of the domestic workers in Indonesia. And not only in Indonesia, but all the domestic workers, Indonesian domestic workers that Indonesian government deployed in different country. Thank you and congratulations to the domestic workers organization, our labor ministry, the Department of Labor and Employment, the lawmakers, that we are part of this historic event of the Indonesia for that change, for their protection. And we wish that the success of Jala PRT and the different organization under Jala, they will be we are wishing that they will be success in engaging the government, hoping that the Indonesia government will prioritize the urgent need of the passing the national law for the protection of the domestic workers. Please count the domestic workers in Indonesia, that they are the part of the labor force in Indonesia.
Thank you.
That's all, and thank you so much.
Terima kasih Sister Himaya dan
Thank you, Sister Himaya.
Yeah.
Now we are
Apology
getting
for
closer to
the
the
because my solidarity message is in Tagalog, so while I'm reading it, I am translating also.
No, it's very strong solidarity message from United. Thank you very much. Oke, untuk sesi yang terakhir,
for
saya
the last session, I'd like to invite the closing remark from International Domestic Workers Federation. that can be delivered by Fish Ip. She is the regional coordinator for Asia IDWF.
Thank you, Baria. Thank you, Niken. First of all, on behalf of the IDWF, the leadership, with Myrtle Whitboy, our president, Elizabeth Tang, the general secretary, our vice president, Carmen Brites, the whole leadership, and also all our affiliates in the IDWF, the domestic workers sisters, are all joining with you hand in hands with heart. Yesterday is our Valentine's Day. It's a hard day for all the domestic workers. Congratulations to these webinars with all of you here, bringing domestic workers from Indonesia, Philippines, and from Asia to have sharing with each other on this Indonesia Domestic Workers Day. Let us not forget what domestic worker in 2014, Sunasi suffered, and she died because of the abuse she faced by the employer. One is too much for us. We don't want more domestic workers to die and suffer, abused, raped, and exploited by the wage and everything. So we need domestic workers law, no later, but only now. Today, we feel very thankful for all the participants and also all the guest speakers from the ILO, Claire, Hobden, Iham and Ifan, Deepa, who joined also from the ILO. Sorry if I missed anyone. And Giwa Rubianto from the Indonesian Women Congress, Melanie Suhali, Lena Mariana from MPI, and Neti Pasayanti from the MPI as well, and Willy from the Indonesia Nasdem Party, and here is Ismail Pakaya from the Labor Ministry of the Indonesia, and also from the Philippines. We are very grateful that we have Senator Risa Hontiveros with us, the congressman from the Philippines. And we are also very happy from Karina from the DOLE, the Department of Labor and Employment of the Philippines, to be with us. And most important of all are the domestic workers leaders. Jumiyem from Tunas Mulia Domestic Workers Union, which is also the first domestic workers union in Indonesia. So she is one of the pioneer in the domestic workers movement. And now we have eight domestic workers unions organized by Jala, and we will see more. And we hope there will be a national federation of domestic workers unions to be formed very soon, like United Philippines, who is organizing domestic workers nationwide. Thank you so much for Novelita, the first president of United, with us, sharing with us how the Kasabahay law, the domestic workers law in the Philippines, bring changes to the domestic workers in the Philippines. Thanks, my colleagues, Daria and Niken, organizing this very, very enjoyable and very knowledgeable meetings. Thanks, everybody. I may not be able to thank everybody. We have more than 100 participants in this meeting, and all the presentations will be shared to you and also be translated to all of you. The video will be also edited and shared as well, because all these are very important learnings. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Fiz. Terima kasih untuk sambutan penutupnya.
Thank you for the closing remark from Fish, from IDWF. And now we are in the end of the event. I'd like to apologize for any mistakes
yang
any technical problems that happened during the event. On behalf of IDWF and all the partner organizations conducting this webinar, Jala PRT, United, Learn, and also ILO, who have already supported this webinar. We would like also to thank you for your time and also your attendance. It is not the last webinar, but this is the beginning for us to work together, hand in hand together, to support all the movements of the domestic workers for the better protection in Indonesia and in all countries. I'll see you in the next webinars. And good evening for everyone, and stay safe, stay healthy in the middle of this pandemic. Thank you and goodbye, everyone.
Terima kasih Ibu Giwa, Kak Lena, Bapak
Lita segera sehat ya.
Direktur Kemenaker, Claire, dan semua pembicara, Novi, Maya, moderator, MC, ya, dan semuanya. Dan Ibu Karina dari Dole.
Ya, kita lupa untuk mengucapkan terima kasih kepada interpreter kita.
Interpreter.
Yeah, thanks for the interpreter. You are welcome.
Thank you.
Terima kasih teman-teman. Selamat hari
Terima kasih semuanya.
Terima kasih semua.
Selamat sore dan salam sehat.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Send my best saga to Himaya.
Ano pangalanmu?
Thank you. You know how to speak Tagalog.
Ano ang pangalanmu? Ilang taon ka na?
Wow.
Hi sister.
Ay Maya. Maya ako.
The one we
Maya ako.
Saya income.
The one we forget is we forget to take photo together.
Yeah.
Also, I have some photo, but I think we can take photo together and please open your camera.
Semoga cepat sembuh ya.
Oke, 1, 2, 3.
Jom.
1, 2, 3. Oke. Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Selamat po. Thank you po. Cuma bisanya hilang